Welcome to NTV, the final journey of the last founding father, honoring a pioneer, Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma. You are joined by Ashwyn Mberi and Toivo Ndjebela. Us and other presenters, journalists and guests will be taking you through today's memorial as well as tomorrow's burial as we honor this truly great man, and even that is an understatement. Good morning, Toivo.
Morning, Ashwyn.
Good morning. Yeah, I realized good morning is not quite apt.
It's not as good
as it could be.
Yes,
yes.
Absolutely. No,
yeah.
I think the curtain is coming down on this great man, and our nation has done him proud. If he's looking down upon us, I think he'll be looking down upon us with a smile on his face, knowing that I think the nation has really poured itself out for him deservingly. Yes,
indeed. I mean, if we're going to be showing you the procession visuals throughout today, from State House to Eenhana to Tunda, and it's palpable. The people are really caught up in this moment, not just because we are saying goodbye to a leader, but we seem to be saying goodbye to an idea that we thought would never dissipate. Of course, his values and legacy and his ideas, the structure of Sam Nujoma will never dissipate itself, but ultimately it feels so much bigger than us, and Namibians are coming together for it. Let's take it back, Toivo, to the 8th of February.
Yeah.
You know, what went through your mind when you first heard the news? You know, that one headline. You're an editor, Toivo, and you deal with headlines all the time. In fact, you're usually at the forefront of the headlines. But as you saw the news and you had to type out that headline, that the founding father of Namibia has died, what did you go through in that moment?
Yeah, so my exact headline was that Sam Nujoma will not die, will never die.
Oh, look at that. That was the, yes.
Yeah, in Namibian sun, because his ideas will live on.
Absolutely.
It's not the mortal remains that matter the most, but the ideas that and ideals that he stood for. And that was the sense of my headline. As for the news itself, and because there's been a lot of speculation in the build-up to that. And we had known for a long time that he was no longer well. He was also at a very advanced age of 95. And, you know, that those are your typical ages.
Yes.
And there's something coincidental about that, because Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe died at the same age.
Yes.
I can't remember the year, but in 2013, Nelson Mandela also died at the same age. Very iconic that it happened for the three leaders in the same manner. But we were prepared for the news, as sad as it was. I think the Nujoma family has been very open, speaking to the media quite constantly, saying the man was critical, in critical condition, and when a 95-year-old is in a critical condition, there's very little that you can expect otherwise. So we were prepared mentally, but very sad. I remember you calling me actually constantly that morning to say, look, it looks as if that this is the thing. And I had already told my team, and of course at NMH we had this principle that, look, no matter what we may pick up regarding the confirmation of this, we may not go ahead and break that news. We must allow protocol where the president formally announces the death of this great man, and only then may we proceed with announcing on our own platforms too.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's if there's a time to observe protocol at its full length, that would be it. I mean, I remember seeing, you know, the messages starting to flow with people who are close to the family, and of course they couldn't hold it in.
Yeah.
And you know, it was something that at the back of your mind, like you're saying, you knew was coming. It was on its way. It was around that time, especially given his age and of course the constant update of him being in a critical condition. But I have to say, for me, it was still shocking.
Yeah.
It felt like Sam Nujoma, the man, the mortal man who'd live forever. It just felt like that only because he's been such a constant as far as the mention of the name Namibia.
Yeah.
From my understanding of Namibia, the first day I learned the word Namibia, I learned the name Sam Nujoma. And so because he is inseparable from this nation's history, from the texture of this nation, from north to south, east to west, I felt it forgivable for me to feel like Tate was more or less always going to be here. Mm-hmm. And then I realized it has happened. Sam Njuma's gone, and then it was time to understand fully what this meant.
Yeah.
And yes, Namibia's mourning. But this man didn't just belong to Namibia, he belonged to Africa. He belonged to the world of African people. And looking at the fact that he was the last founding father, the last founding father. And you know, in Africa, and I mean, we can say the world, I don't know if there's any European founding fathers
so
who are
that is
still around.
Yeah.
But in the last founding father in the world, but of course the meaning comes to us particularly in the context of Africa. And sitting with that, going through images like this of him and Robert Gabriel Mugabe as they were at the cusp of independence, and also as they were in the struggle, it didn't just give me goosebumps. It gave me a deep sense of loss, not just for myself, but for Africa. And as we say, whenever we lose an elderly member of Africa, we lose a tree.
Absolutely. Look, in the case of Sam Nujoma, I think because he has always been with us, we took it for granted. It's like losing something and then only realizing its value once it's gone. Typical of human nature. He's been with us since we were children in our homes. It was just Sam Nujoma this, Sam Nujoma that. And then it came to manifest when we came to see him in 1990, you know, being sworn in as president and leading us through the most volatile and fragile transition period of our time, keeping an otherwise divided country together, and laying the foundation of the thriving democracy that we live today. Even those of us in the press enjoying press freedom didn't just start last week or a few days. These are seeds that were sown at the very beginning of our statehood. And Sam Nujoma had everything to do with that. And I spoke, for example, about, you know, him and others who led this transformation of SWAPO from the Ovambo People's Organization, OPPO, to say that if you take a typical Namibian or African political entity today, which bears the name of a particular, you know, whose character and name is a particular ethnic group, Herero this, or Damara this, or Shona Ndebele this.
Or if MK Party was called the Zulu Party.
Exactly. Yes. Imagine just changing the name and thinking that by changing the name, people will start flocking. I
mean, it's a colossal task, Toivo, because as we know, our history was interrupted by racism, and racism begot tribalism. And tribalism, I believe that was, you know, Sam Njoma's first his first stance publicly really to dissolve tribalism in such a systemic way. And it is deep-rooted, even to this very day. You look in Namibian society, you look at the intentionality of the apartheid folks like Ordendale. We came up with the Ordendale plan, creating the different locases, giving one area economic prowess and making sure they starve the others to cause infighting. These are deeply seated, you know, genetic wounds. And of course, you go back, the fighting has, you know, more or less always kind of been there. And so for Sam Nujoma to have first formed this organization and tell the Awambo, because that's what he did. He told the Awambo people, we're opening this up.
Absolutely. I mean, that is how SWAPO became a national movement, attracting people from elsewhere. And SWAPO was not even an attractive project at the height of the struggle. I mean, who would want to join a party that is fighting the government of the day and all that? So to inspire people to still see that as a vehicle through which Namibia's independence will be gained, that was just amazing. But there's one thing that I want to mention that I think has not been touched upon a lot during this mourning period. People talk about Sam Nujoma as a political leader, as a military leader, as commander-in-chief of PLAN, which was the SWAPO military wing at the time. But little is being spoken about his diplomatic prowess. Because remember, you have this rebel group titled actually as a terrorist group of some sort. That was the propaganda. SWAPO is a terrorist organization. So Sam Nujoma goes to the Organization of African Unity and present SWAPO as a project to the extent that it was adopted there and then that SWAPO is the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. A rebel group.
A rebel group, labeled terrorists.
Labeled terrorists. And then at the biggest global platform, the UN General Assembly, SWAPO again got the same vindication. They were ratified as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people, the UN General Assembly, to the extent that SWAPO got a permanent observer status in the UN. You could sit there any day, any time to observe the proceedings of that organization. That requires, I don't know what it requires, that kind of leadership, the diplomatic sense that you must have to convince the world that in that manner. It's just unbelievable. Absolutely.
And I mean, he had to, travel all the way upwards and setting up offices in different countries, to support this. And it's, it's akin to what Winnie Madikizela Mandela did for Nelson Mandela with regards to, keeping the world informed on what's going on and galvanizing the diplomatic community in the correct way and the leadership of that time. And of course, Sam Nujoma and Namibian Africans would be grateful. He had the support of very stout brothers, people like Kenneth Kaunda. Zambia had already achieved its independence much sooner than Namibia. Of course, we're just talking, much sooner than Namibia. As Sam Nujoma was leaving the countries and Zambia was becoming free, he had the support of Julius Nyerere, the support of Robert Gabriel Mugabe, as we know, the Tanganyika Brotherhood. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But ultimately, he was a man on a mission, and his commitment to this mission was enough to get everybody involved and active in the freedom of Namibia. And just keeping in mind, we do have journalists who are going to be following the proceedings. We'll have a call with Christine of Republican at 8:30. That will be with Aina Kweyo and Gle-nora Tjipura. After that, I'll be joined by Mayor Maggie, and we'll be talking more about the great man and an old friend of yours. After that, rejoins us Matthias Haufiko and Toivo Ndjebela. Yes, they're also going to be taking us through. But before we get very far, let's get into the government program of today. And just so we can all be informed, we should let you know that we're also going to be occasionally crossing over to the national broadcaster, NBC, as of course this is a collective effort in honoring a man who was an African pioneer for all of us. So with regards to arrivals, it starts with the general public, the Guard of Honor, service chiefs, dignitary members of the diplomatic corps, followed by Khaub Emmanuel Kaseb, chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, executive directors, Dr. George Simata, secretary to the cabinet, Her Worship Ndeshi Hafela Laranja, mayor of the city of Windhoek, Honorable Laura MacLeod Kashirwa, governor of the Commerce region, Madame Joan Gurira, spouse of the former speaker of the National Assembly, Madame Johanna Iyambo, spouse of former vice president, Madame Monica Gengos, former first lady, Honorable Nahas Angula, former Prime Minister, and Madam Angula, members of Parliament, Honorable Mike-Henry Venani, MP, and leader of the official opposition, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Cabinet Ministers, followed, so we're talking Honorable John Mutorwa, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo, His Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and Judge Naomi Shivute, Honorable Professor H. Kashavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, retired Honorable Dr. Sarah Kongelwa Amadila, Prime Minister, as well as Mr. Amadila, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President and President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, foreign dignitaries, heads of state government, His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President Madame Pohamba, Madame Kavango Nujoma, widowed children, grandchildren, and representatives of the family, as well as that will be followed now by the casket and His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force and Chief Mourner, as well as Madame Mbumba, who is the First Lady. So everyone is certainly showing up, Toivo, as they have throughout the morning period, especially a lot of these ministers, they were moving around with the procession. And I mean, it reminds you that Sam Nujoma didn't, like we've been emphasizing, he didn't belong to a certain section of people, whether you were in Eenhana or Keetmanshoop. The respect, the love, the honor for Dr. Sam Nujoma was palpable. And as I said, we'll be taking you through all of that. But we're still going through the program as provided by the government of the Republic of Namibia. It's going to be welcoming remarks by the Director of Ceremonies, a devotion by Reverend Lawrence Raonga Kudashike, Macedonia Parish, eulogy by Honorable Nahas Angula, former Prime Minister, and a performance by the Namibian Defense Force military. Before I continue, Toivo, we must applaud the Namibia Defense Forces for how they have undertook this operation. Yeah,
no, absolutely. I think they were really on point. They have done this with finesse. And seeing those soldiers carrying the casket, that huge plane also very iconic, that was only procured in December last year, and it is being used for the first time for a very monumental occasion in the history of our country. I think that was very nice. Our Defense Force has done an incredible job. This absolutely no question about it. Absolutely, without a doubt. And you know, you keep in mind on the passing of Dr. Hage G. Gengop, we got the assistance of Zambia, as we tend to do, because they sadly have had to bury several presidents who were sitting. And I believe the NDF at that point had already locked in the information on how to deal with an event of this magnitude, and they really did show up. Now, these are the tributes that you can expect to see today. Message on behalf of the family, children and grandchildren by Honorable Utoni Nujoma, the son of Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma and Minister of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation. A performance by the Namibian Defense Force Military Band, Honorable Mike-Henry Venani, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah will also deliver a tribute. His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former president, will also deliver a tribute. I have to say, one of the most heartbreaking visuals of this entire morning period was Hifikepunye Pohamba, His Excellency. I mean, you see him walking to the casket. He looks at his friend, and you feel like it's just going to be him walking through. And once he turns on the other side, he couldn't hold it anymore. Down. And these were years, decades of friendships. We were talking, I don't know if you've seen the image of him with Sam Nujoma in Egypt. These are men who have been through it all together, who aged together, fought together. And I'll certainly be looking forward to the speech of His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba, which will be followed by a performance by the Namibian Defense Force military, heads of government message,
on behalf of the widow, Dr. Nashilongo Shivute, celebrating a revolutionary honoring an African icon. That's going to be a video presentation. Another performance by the NDF military band. Then there'll be a message by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force and Chief Mona, as well as announcements by the Directors of Ceremonies, benediction by Reverend Dr. Ishipaka Chakapolo, Pastor Elsin Ayu, and national anthems, viewing of the body, and then the body lies in state at Independence Stadium. Speaking of Independence Stadium, we're going to cross over to Irene Marie van der Walt as she gives us an update from there. Now, it's not just us who are busy today. I know all the networks, the communications networks are busy, and we just had an issue there with connecting to Irene Marie van der Walt, but I believe we have her now.
Good morning, Namibia. We are here at Independence Stadium. Thousands of spectators expected to be here this morning, as well as many dignitaries, foreign dignitaries as well. Many visitors to our country expected today, and thousands of Namibians hoping to see Dr. Sam Nujoma and bid a final farewell to Dr. Sam Nujoma. We're still busy setting up. The teams are still busy. There is heavy security here, so don't think of trying anything funny, but it is definitely a day that will go down in our country.
All right, so Irene Marie van der Walt giving our first update of the day. She is already at Independence Stadium, ready to perform her national duty as we mourn the late Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. So today is going to be a heavy day for a lot of people.
Yeah.
We were just talking about His Excellency Fikile Pohamba, who came a long way with Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Look, we have seen very touching scenes, Ashwyn, during this morning period. I was particularly taken back by seeing even school children who must have found Sam Nujoma already in retirement by the time they were born, you know, crying on the streets there. They were on camera crying. They couldn't just hold it. If you could inspire people who barely knows anything about you in a true sense of the word, it just means that this man represented everything that we say he was. And you spoke earlier about how from Eenhana to Keetmans, you know, people, it's like people were reading from the same script. They were saying exactly the same things about Sam Nujoma, and every region in the 7 that the casket has visited, every region has a history with Sam Nujoma to say, us in Zambezi region, this is what the man has done or meant for us, even from the days of the liberation struggle. In Erongo,
So just stop you there. And Zambezi region is worth mentioning, especially because of, secession. And it was of course, Zambezi region has fervently voted SWAPO very consistently.
Yes, in the last election, yes.
But you see what I'm saying, his ability to unite people, because normally, given that kind of history, you'd be expecting more fragmentation in that community, but they mourned together.
Yes, it's good that you reminded me of the 1999 events when Sam Nujoma, as Commander-in-Chief and President of the country at the time, quashed that insurrection in 6 days. And the governor, Lawrence Sampofu, this week was talking about how that quick and decisive leadership actually saved lives. 14 were lost, but it could have been triple, quadruple if he did not act swiftly. In Kavango, the governor also there, Mr. Wakudumo, spoke passionately about how Sam Nujoma dealt with the UNITA rebellion that was, UNITA bandits used to cross into Namibia, terrorize communities there, stealing their livestock and raping people and killing people, and how, again, the decisive leadership of Sam Nujoma was key in making sure that UNITA was driven back into Angola and never to come back again. And in the Rongo region where I was talking about, the governor again, Neville Andre, talking about how Sam Nujoma essentially cut his teeth in politics in Walvis Bay as a factory worker, I think, at the time, before he then migrated to commerce in Windhoek, where he now really made his presence felt. So each region has a Sam Nujoma story to tell, tailor-made for their region, and that tells you what a national leader he was.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you've mentioned that, because we're now going to be getting into the clips of the procession of the remains of Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. The procession did begin at State House, where his remains were received by the President of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba.
Your Excellency, the Namibian Defense Force has received the remains of the late His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma, founding President and Father of the Namibian nation, ready for regional route processions and memorial services. Your Excellency, may I now request that you step forward and receive the casket. Reporting, Air Marshal Martin Kambolu Phineas, Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. Your Excellency.
So that was Dr. Sam Shafiishuna's remains being received at State House, and now going where it all started. 12 May 1929, at Tunda village, Namibia's icon was born.
Oh, absolutely. It's Tunda has found its way thanks to Sam Nujoma in that very day of the 29th of the 12th of May. It has become an iconic village in Amsat region and beyond. It birthed this icon. And it was, of course, as the viewers would see in a moment, it was very, very touching. That final visit home, you know, in the parents of his in the house of his own parents, having the memorial held there, having very, very important speeches by the president, by former President Pohamba. I think that is where he really spoke out his heart about, and I was very, very impressed that night how President Pohamba spoke. At the age of 89, the man without a scrap of anything in his hand, and spoke in the manner that he did, like he has this vivid memories of how things happened, the dates, the places, the years. It's amazing how they spoke at that village. They really honored him properly at his home.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, do you think, or would you support something in the lines, if it's not happened already, please correct me if I'm wrong, of making that homestead a national heritage site?
I think it's important that we explore that option. That homestead gave us something special, something beyond words. So to go there and say this is where it all started, that home gave us a person that became a national property, if you like. It's important.
Absolutely. So the remains of the late founding father arrived at Andimba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa, where thousands gathered to pay their last respects as his remains were transported to his home village Tunda near Okahao for the memorial service. Now, upon arrival at his parents' residence in Tunda village, a distinguished gathering including Vice President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, former First Lady Pene Hupifo Pohamba, SWAPO Secretary General Sophia Shadingwa, Prime Minister Sarah Kongelo Amadila and her husband Tona, SWAPO stalwarts Nahas Angula and Ben Amadila, retired Elsin Bishop Cleopas Tumeni, Western Diocese Bishop Gideon Nitenge, ministers, members of parliament and several business figures attended the memorial service to honor his legacy. And speaking at the event, Vice President Nandi-Ndaitwah revealed that Nujoma had personally encouraged her to run for presidency during the 2022 SWAPO Electoral College, and as a true SWAPO cadre, she obliged. These were the scenes from Ondangwa to Tunda.
Of SWAPO party, which finally should make him to be the next president of Namibia. As a good teacher of him and as a disciplined cadre of the party, I accept, I complied, the process started, it is now all a history. Therefore, today here at Tunda, his birthplace, and while he is silent, lying in front of us, I pledge to make use of his teaching in the service of our people for his legacy to continue now and in the future. Go well, our hero. our commander, the leader of our revolution, our liberator, our mender. May your revolutionary legacy endure us, and let your soul rest in eternal peace.
So, Namibia's president-elect said to be the first female president of this country. That journey, too, was started by the man from Tunda.
Oh, absolutely. I think every leader of this generation is a prodigy of Sam Nujoma in whatever way you want to look at it. The president-elect served already under Sam Nujoma in SWAPO pre-independence, being posted in different roles, because one of the things that President Nujoma did very well at the time was to recognize also the role of women in society. She sent some of them to the battlefronts to harden them. She sent a lot of them to school. She protected a lot of them by putting them in refugee camps like a singer that was eventually attacked on the 4th of May, 1978. But there's always been a role of women in the Nujoma administration. His first cabinet between 1990 to 1995, a lot of women already featured, not a lot of women, but a number of women featured in that cabinet. And of course, the times dictated that balance at the time to say, look, maybe you do not do 50-50 and all that, because the times were just not like that. But he was visionary in knowing that women are going to play a big role in our country in the coming years, and he did that. People like Pendugeni Eenhana were already in cabinet at the age of 37, if I'm not mistaken. Not only were they young, not only were they female, they were also young. But he bestowed that duties on them. Perhaps the big one was in the mid, or was it late 90s, maybe mid 90s, when Sarah Kugongelo Madela, the current prime minister, at the age of 26, was made the director general of the National Planning Commission. And because Nujoma had this thing about this ability of spotting talent. And if you look at where Sarah Kugongelo is today, it's a vindication of what Nujoma saw in her, because she went on to become Minister of Finance, perhaps the best that we've had for many years, and becoming the Prime Minister in the end, long after Nujoma has left.
Yes.
So he saw something in her, and others that succeeded him saw that potential in her, to the extent that she was appointed Prime Minister. And we are hearing, might be rumor mongering, but we are hearing that she might be the next Speaker of Parliament come March 2025.
So to take over after Honorable Kashavivi.
Yes.
Yes, he did. He did have that ability to see something that other people might consider to be rather insignificant or not essential, and to know its potentiality. Yeah. And that stemmed even from Namibia's freedom. He could have easily been just a young boy in a Tunda village adopting a victimhood personality and not seen himself and seen a free Namibia. Yeah. But each time Sam Nujoma was given this, he gave you more, like that parable of the talents, you know, where you use what you have, and thus more is bound to you, is due to you. And he really did manage to cultivate that, especially when it comes to women. And it is very historic that Menetumbo Nandi Ndaitwa in the coming month is going to be inaugurated as Namibia's first female president. And I'm sure when she got that word from Dr. Sam Nujoma in 2022 that she should run, she knew that she was being asked to take on a huge task, but the person who had faith in you had done it before, and thus you had more than the right to have faith in yourself. Now, Toivo, from Tunda, the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma moved to Eenhana.
Yeah, absolutely. I would want you to walk us through this Eenhana journey still,
Yes.
Ashwyn. Please, please carry us through it.
No problem, no problem. So the hearse carrying the remains of the late founding President Sam Nujoma arrived at the Eenhana sports field where the Ohangwena Regional Memorial Service took place. Utoni Nujoma, the son of the late president, expressed his utmost gratitude on behalf of his family to the Namibian nation for their support during the difficult time. Speaking at the memorial service, the head of the Ondonga Traditional Authority, Omukwanilwa Philemon Shumwa Nangolo, paid his respects to Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. Former PLAN combatants performed a liberation struggle song in his honor. Former President Hifikepunye Pohamba called upon the Namibian people, especially the youth, to continue implementing the programs established by Nujoma, emphasizing that his name and legacy would be remembered for generations to come. Prime Minister Sarah Kongelo Amadila also paid tribute to the late founding president during the memorial service at Eenhana Sports Field in the Ohangwena region. This is how it went.
For this opportunity, really to thank on behalf of my siblings, Kusuta, Saki, the nephews and the nieces, really to thank the Namibian public for the overwhelming sharing of grief and sorrow. My father, health started deteriorating almost a year ago, and since then we have been going to and from the hospital trying to see that his condition improved. But the last 6 months was the most terrible because we have been in contact with the doctors, and they were telling us that the condition has deteriorated. Unfortunately, the doctors also advised that it is not possible. We have been trying to contact foreign doctors to fly him out. And as a result, the condition continued to deteriorate until the 8th of August at 11:45. That was the last time my father breathed his last breath. So I only came here really, and accompanying the remains of my father so that we can thank the Namibian people. And particularly the people yesterday, what I noticed in Omsati and now in Ohangwena, it is really overwhelming. Yeah, so I also just want to tell you that I had a special relationship with my father. And that relationship was always the commander-in-chief and his soldier. Yeah, because as we were growing up, in the first place, we realized in the old location, that's when I realized the brutality of the colonial system. The police would raid our house from time to time, looking for documents. I don't know what type of documents. And then they will also, early in the morning, what was annoying, it was.
We are indeed blessed to have had a leader of the stature of the founding president. We are grateful that we could have him with us up to the ripe age of 95 years, so that we can continue to benefit from his wise leadership and his mentorship. Many of us directly benefited from his mentorship, which is one of his most outstanding attributes. Therefore, as the dark cloud of his death hangs over us, we take time to pay him respect and to celebrate him as a fearless freedom fighter, a revered Namibian hero and leader of our revolution, the founding father of our democratic republic, a Pan-Africanist of note, a noble statesman, a father and a grandfather to many. We are grateful that he could witness and enjoy the freedom that he sacrificed so much for. His house.
To tell my fellow Namibian citizens, particularly the young ones, that the programs that Sam Nujoma has put up must continue even if he is no more there. This was also, in a way, mentioned by the Ompaniwa Wandonga when he spoke to us tonight. The country must continue developmental projects as well as social projects plus educational projects. Even after Sam Nujoma. Even after the president who is going to come after 100 years to come as from today. Because Sam said Namibia is free, and it is free forever.
So Namibian youth, there is your mandate from His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba. Carry on the torch, carry on the works of Sam Nujoma. I had made a misnomer earlier, not a misnomer, I used the wrong word essentially when I said that the idea had died. But it felt like that, obviously, for a lot of people. I was saying that specifically because he existed as an idea for a lot of people. And so as they're mourning, it feels like all of that is encapsulated. It's the man and the idea. And so we need reminders like this to be like, the man is gone, but the idea is not going anywhere. Now, our journalist, Sanet Steenkamp, is also on the ground, and this is her update.
Not journalist.
Not journalist, apologies.
I mean, you say
Sanet Steenkamp, no, Education, Ministry of Education, my sincere apologies. We're going to be hearing shortly from the Executive Director of the Ministry of Education, Sanet Steenkamp. You know, look, the reason I jumped into a journalist, I'll tell you why, Toivo, because I didn't expect, you know, folks of such stature to be there already on the ground so early. So we really have to credit Madame Sanet Steenkamp for showing up. I believe that she is with us now.
I think none of us would have ever imagined the path of the past week, since the 8th of February, since the passing of our founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. And today we are here with this historic and very momentous occasion, a solemn occasion, to lay him to rest, to recall him. Tomorrow will be the burial, and today, as always, we request everybody to come with the necessary respect and dignity, and come and serve your due that you feel in your heart. You owe it to the founding president.
All right. It's very good to see folks like Sanet Steenkamp there before the people that they serve and ready to honor the legacy of a true African pioneer. Now, Toivo, we've been going step by step with the journey of the remains of Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. Where do they go next? Yeah,
absolutely. So the fourth stop after of this very incredible but dark journey was Rundu in the Kavango East region, where the remains of founding President Nujoma, proceeded or were hosted at the Rundu Sports Stadium, and a lot of residents from both regions, because this was organized for both Kavango East and Kavango West, although hosted in Kavango East, of course. A lot of people from both the regions attended the memorial service at the stadium, where the governor for Kavango East region, Bonifacius Wakudumo, described Nujoma as a true icon who led Namibia to independence, speaking, of course, at the service. And I think, for what it's worth, again, this is the governor who spoke to Namibian Sun during the same period, talking about how Sam Nujoma ensured the safety of the Kavango regions when the UNITA bandits were disturbing peace there. Of course, this was not mentioned at the event, but it's worth mentioning. And then, of course, at the same occasion, former SWAPO Secretary General Pendukeni Eenhana also spoke at the event. She gave an eulogy of the late former president, while from the family also speaking at the same occasion, Natangwe Asino, a member of the Nujoma family, delivered a tribute on behalf of the family. This is also the occasion at which the outgoing Minister of Home Affairs, Albert Kawana, who was also representing President Nangola Mbomba as chief mourner, also spoke, remarking that it was only logical for all citizens to be given the opportunity to bid farewell to the African giant and icon that was Sam Nujoma. So, absolutely. So there's something very important here, Ashwyn, that Minister Kawana spoke about. You know, at the beginning of this, when the program was shared at the beginning about the casket having to go to 7 regions, some of us, perhaps including myself, had misgivings about the wisdom of that idea. To say, I mean, in whose culture do you move around with a dead body? Certainly not in the Ovambo culture where Sam Nujoma hailed from. But I think with the hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight, now I'm actually happy that it was done that way, because first and foremost, to confine Sam Nujoma to the Ovambo culture would be just a disservice. He belonged to Namibia. This was a national icon. This one was an African icon. And what we saw during these journeys, the school children crying along the roads, there's a man who collapsed in Oshakati as the procession was passing by, because he couldn't absorb what he was seeing. And this is a young man, 33 years of age, meaning he was born after independence. He doesn't even know the role. He didn't see physically what Sam Nujoma did in this liberation struggle, but he still managed to inspire people like him to have that connection, to the extent that people collapsing out of shock, and the man was picked up by the ambulance and treated for 4 hours in Oshakati Hospital. So now, with the benefit of hindsight, I think our leaders, the current leaders, actually were very spot on in making sure that the coffin went around for Namibians to pay their last respect properly in the manner that they did.
Absolutely, and that's the definition of leaders. In spite of us, whose job is to ask questions, and ask questions we shall. Yeah. In the name of Sam Nujoma, who guaranteed us press freedom, and which allows us to hold the leadership accountable. It was good to see them move ahead of us, Toivo, to see them have everything in order. And it's, everything has been, some certain things about, this burial were planned a long time ago, like the mausoleums. We're already placed at the National Heroes Acre. We will be able to see that tomorrow. But again, the leadership of the government through all of this has absolutely been essential, and it's been admirable. And they've really shown up, as we started this, you said Dr. Sam Nujoma is smiling from heaven right now, because they really showed up for the man, and they are understanding, for lack of a better term, the assignment, and the assignment really is to make sure that you honor an African icon. I mean, how do you sit down and draw that plan? I had times where I had to, edit visuals. I could barely get through some of them. It's hard not to, let it tear drop. It's hard to type with tears dropping on the thing, but it's hard not to, as you're looking at the progression of these people. At some point I saw an image of his mother welcoming him back. She's at the age of 90. Yeah. A young man left, a man who was a grandfather came back. Yeah. And, as I was looking at that image, I could see everyone around them was looking at Sam Nujoma, the liberation icon, the legend. His mother was looking at her little boy. Yeah. And, that's also the significance of going to these places, going to places like Tunda as well, which didn't just mean something to Namibia, but meant a lot to them. Now, the Rundu visuals will be introduced a little in the next segment by Aina Kweyo and Gle-nora Tjipura, who will be taking over shortly. And they'll also be talking to Christine Kreger, who is at the Independence Stadium. That's going to be a live VMix call. But we're going to take a short break as the ladies take over.
Namibia stands united in remembrance. We gather to not only mourn, but celebrate the life and the legacy of our Omkokoli, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. We honor his memory, the values he upheld, and the future he had envisioned for all of us. Join me, Aina Kweyo and Gle-nora Tjipura, as we continue to pay tribute to the man whose name will forever be written in the books of Namibia's history and beyond. Now, without further ado, joining us right now is Christine Krier, and she is at the Independence Stadium where the memorial service is taking place. Christine, are you with us?
Yes, good morning. How are you today?
I am doing fantastic. Please talk to us about the overall mood and feel at the stadium right now.
So I'm at one of the gates where the public can come in this morning. Many people have arrived. Still, I think a lot that will come in the following hours. Many people dressed in black, some in traditional clothes and others in Namibian colors. And a lot of kids are also coming, so it's nice to see that they are coming with their parents also today to be part of history and also be part of this important event. And then also members of the public getting a bottle of water and something to eat, as well as a program and a Namibian flag when they come into the stadium.
Absolutely beautiful. Now, Christine, we understand that the members of the diplomatic corps are arriving right now. Who do you see? Are there any dignitaries yet?
I'm unfortunately at the wrong gate for that. I don't have a nice view of them coming in, but I do see some of my colleagues posting on social media those pictures. And yeah, they're coming in from the back gate, and the public, they are coming in from these side gates as well as the one at the back.
How is security and logistics being handled for such a large-scale event?
So everywhere there are authorities. They are very nice, greeting everyone. When you come into the gate, you are searched very thoroughly. I think it's very well done. Still not many groups coming in at one time, so I don't think they've been tested as they will be tested today. But definitely everything running very smoothly this morning.
All right, what can we expect in terms of the official program for the memorial service?
So everything is still very slow at the moment. I think a lot of members of the public will still come in. The main stand still very empty. Also, it's very sunny and there's not a lot of shade. So I do think everyone is finding a little place in the shade this morning. But as the sun will go over, there will be a whole lot more shade for the general public. And then as the morning progresses, we'll see delegates coming in as the program goes forward today.
All right, Christine, I think it's important for us to switch our conversation to public sentiments and tributes. What are the people on the ground saying about, Nujoma's legacy?
I think many people are visibly sad. Many of them that I've spoken to absolutely see Sam Nujoma as their hero and marks this as a very sad event. And definitely something that has shifted our history. Such an important person in our independence and our establishment as a country. I think a lot of people see him as a hero, and that's why I think we're going to see a lot of people coming out this morning and throughout the day to also just be part of this event.
All right, and can you give us a sense of the emotions that are on the ground? How are people reacting to this historic moment? Are people comforting each other? What's the feel?
I think at this moment we're still just seeing sad faces and many families coming in. You see them sticking together. I think as the proceedings start, definitely as what we saw last year with late Hage Geingorb's memorial service, there will be crying, there will be some singing, and that's definitely to be expected. But at this moment, there's not. I think it's still early days. Some of the children are excited to be here. That you can visibly see. But yes, I think as the day will go on, we'll definitely see a lot more emotions.
Now, Christine, would you know if there's any special arrangements being made for those who couldn't make it inside, or who can't make it, let's say, later on inside the stadium?
is a live stream. People can watch it from home. I think there's a lot of people outside of Windhoek. I think most people that want to attend can come to Windhoek, but people outside of Windhoek can obviously follow all these proceedings on the television and on social media. So I don't think anyone will feel left out today.
All right, Christine, from the gate where you are there any, tributes that are on the ground that are being made during this special day? Like, for instance, do we have any cultural performances outside the stadium? Do we have any artists that have come out to, pay their last respect?
When I arrived this morning, I did a nice walk around the stadium to see what was going on outside. I must say, I was expecting a bit more. Remember last year we even had some shops setting up outside, but as I said, it's still early morning. We might see many things change throughout the day. It's still very quiet at the stadium, so nothing that I saw, but I'm sure it might pick up in the following few hours.
What can we expect in the coming hours as the memorial service unfolds?
I think they'll definitely make a big statement with all the people that are arriving. I think that's something that most people are looking to see, who from the other countries are attending and who did they send. Also very important to see which countries do want to show up to this important event. And then there will also be some performances. But for now, as I said, very quiet, and we hope the program starts on time.
While you are talking about the program, Christine, let's talk about at what point maybe do you go inside the stadium, and also what do you know then about the official program? Who are some of the key speakers that we are going to be hearing from today?
So our team, we are situated at different stations today. Most of my colleagues are inside. I will not be going inside. My job today is to be with the people and share the atmosphere that is within the people, the general public, to give that experience to the people out there. My colleagues inside, they will tell you they are read up with all the people that will be speaking, and they are inside, and they will also share that as it happens.
All right, Christine, maybe I understand that this morning the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, put out a statement saying that there would be public transport to and from Independence Stadium, and those pickups started at 5 a.m. this morning. The guests, or the public rather, was expected to be at the stadium at 7. Do you know if these buses are still picking up people and bringing people to the stadium to this hour?
Yes, the information that I got is that the buses are still going. I have seen one or two, but not as many as I expected. There's probably a delay, and I'm very sure that they will get those people here. Maybe they're just waiting to fill up the buses at their pickup stations, just to minimize the amount of rides that they need to take to get everyone here.
Now, have you seen any family members or close associates to the founding father? I know that people are still arriving, but anyone notable that you have seen so far?
As I said, I'm mostly here with the public, so I haven't seen anyone coming into the main gate where I suppose most of the delegates and also the close family will come in. I also see not many people inside of the stadium yet, so I do suspect that they are still inside or underneath the pavilion where they will be arriving, and also where they will then welcome them.
All right, Christine, this has been our time. Thank you so much for bringing us this live update, live and direct from Independence Stadium.
Al, thank you so much for having me, and yes, I hope it's a really nice day. I hope we get some clouds because it's really hot and sunny this morning.
All right, that was Christine Krier coming to us live from the Independence Stadium, where the official memorial service of our Omkokoli, the late Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma, is taking place. Now, Gle-nora, maybe for me and you, we said the word legacy over and over for the past 3 weeks when we heard of the passing of our founding father. How, or rather in what ways, has his legacy impacted your personal life?
I think for both of us, really, we are born free. And the reason why there's that sentiment, being born free, is that we were literally born in a regime that was free. We've never experienced apartheid. I don't know what it's like to carry a pass around. We work in the media. We have freedom of expression.
Yes.
And we get to do the jobs that we love. We get to get an education. So the quality of life that I have as a Namibian compared to the quality of life that my mother had or father had during the apartheid regime is very different. And that is due to Dr. Sam Nujoma's legacy. He paved the way for me to be here, to be able to do what I love, to get an education, to live in a free Namibia. So I think it is an immense impact on my life.
And I think maybe just to add on what you say, I think it's important to also know that his legacy has really instilled a sense of patriotism in us, a sense of national identity, even a sense of resilience, because we have seen it being done by those who came before us, the likes of Tate Sem. We have seen him fight for this country. We have heard and read about it. We have also, I think it's, we need to emulate what he has done, especially in terms of not giving up. Imagine being a cattle header and then the next moment
being the first president.
You are the first president. I think that he has set a great example, and we need to walk in his footsteps and perhaps go further than where he left. I think also he paved a way for opportunities in education, like you have said, opportunities in economic growth, opportunities for even us to have a sense of belonging. It's very important for you to belong to a particular nation, a particular group, and we as Namibians, I feel we can confidently say we do belong to this country, and I think that it's important for us to contribute to the progression of our country, to the progression of this country in terms of serving, in terms of us, using our crafts, like you have said, pay it forward. It's also a privilege that you and I, can sit here and disseminate correct and factual information, serve our nation. And I think that's the legacy and the impact he has had on all of us.
I would say you're absolutely correct. We were just talking earlier on with one of our colleagues who, so there is currently, people can still view the body, which is the body of the founding father is at Parliament Gardens. So people could view it yesterday from 4:30 p.m. until today at 11 a.m. And he said he was there. They stood in a long queue, maybe for 3 hours, meaning so many people were there to pay their final goodbyes. And they sat there till like 4 a.m. singing songs, celebrating his life, his immense impact on Namibia. And what would you say is the reason why so many people are coming together, not only Namibians, but also the international community, to honor his life and legacy? And one of the things I would say is also unity, but I think it just speaks to the man he was.
Yeah, I think the reason why he is an formidable leader is his resilience. I mean, like the story we just told now of him being a cattle header and then becoming the first president. Back then there was limited education, but he continuously, worked hard to educate himself, and through that experience he exposed himself to a lot of information, and I think his resilience is what really inspires a lot of people. It speaks to his character. He has impacted people in so many ways, some through just meeting them, shaking their hand, having a conversation with them, some perhaps contributing and partnering with them on an international level to foster, you know, working relations with Namibians, some even just, you know, by the service he had on our country. I think it's just really about his character and the type of person that he was, and that is why a lot of people are coming out in numbers to celebrate and honor his life.
Now, the past 3 weeks, you and I have been listening and seeing so many tributes coming in, not only from Namibia, but from around the world. What themes do you think will stand out to most people when they see the tribute messages coming in?
What themes?
Yeah, would you say will stand out? Yeah.
I think it's unity, because when a lot of people come to celebrate your life, I think you are a unifier, you bring people together. I think another theme that will stand out perhaps is leadership. It speaks to the qualities of the type of leader he was. You know, in leadership, some people are offended, some are not offended by your leadership style. And I think that the fact that he had such a great leadership style is what we would see, and a lot of young people would emulate that. Yes.
Yes. I would also say, as also the young people, we need to carry forward his legacy, like you said. What would you say, us, our generation, and obviously the younger generation as well, should look forward to in terms of carrying his legacy?
I think we should be able to serve. We must pick up the shovel and, you know, serve our nation in terms of the talents and gifts that we have been given. I think that as a Namibian youth, you should be able to stand up and fight for what is right for our country, and that emulates the founding fathers' principles. Yes.
Now, earlier on, Ashwyn and Toivo were taking the viewers through the journey of the body of the founding father as it was carried throughout the country, and people got to pay their final respects. The next stop was in Rundu, where the remains of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, moved to Rundu with a procession leading to the Rundu Sports Stadium as Rundu residents gathered in the rain to attend the memorial service. Kavango East Governor Bonifacius Wakadumo described Nujoma as a true icon who led Namibia to independence, speaking at the service. Former SWAPO Secretary General Pendukeni Ivula Itana shared a eulogy for the late founding president, while Natangwe Asino delivered a tribute message on behalf of the family. Now, the Minister of Home Affairs and representative of the chief mourner, Albert Kawana, remarked that it was only logical for all citizens to be given the opportunity to bid farewell to the African giant and icon, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Let's take a look.
community, right up to family and individual levels. In addition, SADC is mourning, Africa is mourning, and indeed the world is mourning. It is therefore common cause that our founding president and father of the Namibian nation touched the hearts of many. Today we are gathered here in Rundu, representing Kavango East and Kavango West, to mourn the icon of our revolution. As a leader who led us during the struggle for national independence, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation came to appreciate the contribution of his people who were born in all 14 regions of our republic. As Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, whose fighters came from all 14 regions of our republic, it is only logical to create an opportunity for his fellow Namibians to bid farewell to the giant of our revolution. In addition, our founding president and father of the Namibian nation worked with his fellow leaders at various levels. It is only logical that his fellow Namibians and residents in our regions are afforded an opportunity to bid farewell to our political giant.
As a true Democrat, President Nujoma stepped down as head of state on the 21st of March 2005, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency President Pohamba. As would be expected, President Nujoma also stepped down as president of the SWAPO party after 47 years of service to the Namibian people. His legacy and contribution as a commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan will forever be engraved in the history of our great nation. President Nujoma also served as a leader of the SWAPO party for 47 years and the only commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, SWAPO's military wing. After 47 years at the helm of SWAPO party, President Nujoma also stepped down as the president of the SWAPO party on the 30th of
November. Stories of his courage and sacrifices. His name was not just that of a distant leader, it was a name that symbolized resilience, unwavering dedication, and an unbreakable spirit. I eagerly embraced admiration for his great leader, and through this year, my appreciation for his life's work only deepened further. I am not surprised that even in death, the namesake Nujoma is still capable of uniting the Namibian nation. May this gathering serve as a moment of unity, reflection, and renewed dedication to the ideals that our founding fathers stood for. The same ideals that gave birth to our cherished independence and freedom. Through my task as to welcome you all to this memorial service, kindly allow me to squeeze in a tribute to a hero and icon and true son of the soul.
The character of a person is built during the early years when one develops, perhaps from the ages of 3 years, 2 years, up to 7, 8 years. Tatekuru grew up in a loving family, in a responsible family. Of Tatekuru, Daniel, Nujoma, and Kukuhel Bikondongoro. I can imagine how he was brought up, how his character was built, and I believe that those are formidable years of his life, where he might have developed much of the attributes that have led him and helped him and have contributed to the achievement that he made throughout his life. Tatekuru was born in a village like all of us, in the house where he grew up. As it was being mentioned or has been mentioned, he carried out household chores like all other boys and also girls. And those household chores he was carrying out. When one hears the story that especially our mother, Nene, the late Sophia Asino, tells, Tatekuru was a bit more extraordinary. During the rain season, like this one, I think towards the end of the 40s, early 50s, and in the 50s, there used to be much rain than it is now, but that is now in our areas, in the northern part, in the western northern part. So we used to have a lot of birds, all kinds of them that used to flock, which I only see in the Kavango Delta in Botswana, coming in heaps. And all the time, my mother would tell us that they were never short of food, and especially those birds, which were not so easy also to capture.
Well, joining us now is Maggie, and she is here to talk about her personal experiences and reflection on Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma's legacy. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you, Aina. Under the circumstances, and how are you?
No, I'm very well. Let's talk about your encounters with Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma. Have you met him, and can you share your first memory of him?
Thank you, Aina. Maybe first and foremost, let me just extend my condolences to Mekulu Kovambo Nujoma, and of course the children, the grandchildren, and the great-grandchildren, and of course the entire Namibian nation for the loss, this unbearable loss of our founding father. Personally, growing up, Sam Nujoma's name, we grew up hearing that name. I remember growing up as a child, my mom used to listen to liberation struggle, revolutionary songs, which we did not know what songs were those. So you'll see tuning on a radio that had a very, very funny sound, so to say, but then she will even cover her head with a blanket as she listens to those radio and
likes
people
of
speaking.
to Commander.
Yes, and then you had people like the late Sakina Mugongo really speaking there. Their voices, we used to hear them as we were small, because sometimes you sneak in that room just to listen to what my mom was listening to. So Sam Nujoma's name really it means what it is, and the value that it had carried ever since we were young. And my encounter with him, really, there are connections between my families and their families, of not family related, but at least there are certain many encounters where we have really met, we have really spoken or have engaged him as a person, and also in my professional life as well.
Yeah.
Whether it's a tourism, whether it's with media, there were again occasions where I had really that opportunity to speak to him as friendly as he is, smiling and you know, guiding you instead of you asking him questions, you leading you to what you should know or what you should ask as a young Namibian.
Awesome. Now, Maggie, apart from, you know, him always smiling and guiding you, what else stood out for you in terms of his character when you would encounter him?
You know, apart from the fact that he is a real uniter, he is really a foundation of under which this government or this country as Namibia was formed. So we really had a foundation that is really moved and shaken at the moment. But Tatekulu was really a person that would speak to young people about culture, about education, about your respect of elders, and then about studying. He will ask you, what is your qualification?
Yes.
He will ask you, what do you do? If you say, this is what I'm doing, what is your qualifications? And then he will say to you that it's never too old to study, and there is no graduation that, or no qualification that is, you say you have done it all, you have achieved, you can still study.
Yeah.
You can still continue, you can still you know, further your studies. So he will always speak to you about furthering your studies, and he will speak to you about health.
Nice.
We must stop eating the meat with a lot of fat. You know, a lot of sugar is very, very unhealthy for a young person.
Yeah.
So I remember him as such. But one thing that made me wonder when especially now that we are really mourning his passing, is that what strategy did he had, you know, to go abroad and gather all these people.
Yeah.
And he knew what he wanted, and then after he got what he wanted, he knew how to implement it. Where was his business plan?
Yeah.
You know, how did he plan to go abroad?
He should give us the blueprint.
I really, where is the blueprint?
It should be published somewhere.
Exactly. So I always think, you know, businesses and companies have strategic plan and all that, but has he documented this somewhere, that this is, I have to go abroad to fight for the liberation of this country? This is how I'm going to negotiate with the UN. This is how I'm going to negotiate with countries so that they can be able to accommodate Namibians when they come to join me, whether it's by studying, whether it's by clothing them, feeding them, all that. Who is that person that can share that business plan or that strategic plan for Tatekulu Nujoma, so that we can probably all copy to, and we all
it's
become
you and
success.
I.
Really,
it's you and I.
Yeah.
Okay, I love the fact that you spoke about the health, Maggie, because just yesterday I saw a video of him on social media, and he was saying, you must stop drinking alcohol because you cannot defend the country if you are under the influence of liquor. So that stood out for me. It's a memory that I now recalled. So speaking about, you know, memories and perhaps the impact and the influence that Tatekulu has had on us, in what ways, Maggie, do you think Tatekulu has influenced or inspired you? Maybe you can tell us a story of maybe you decide one day you wanted to go study education, but then you remember these words of Tatekulu, then you ended up choosing something. Talk to us about how he has inspired you.
Yeah, my background after independence, after really my first professional job, I should say, is tourism. And every encounter that I've really got a chance to speak to him, he just motivated me in doing what I do and keeping doing what I do. Instead of, he will actually tell you how you should market this country.
Yes.
Apart from the key attractions that you have, that you will try and you know, re-emphasize to him as to these are the key attractions that we sell Namibia with. He will emphasize on the culture. He will emphasize that Namibia is rich in history and its culture and the people. We do not need to sell the elephants. We need to sell the culture to the people. People come here to experience who Namibia really is in terms of different cultural people, the unity that we have, our food, traditional food, the healthy, the nutritious ones. So that is actually what I should say. I would have never thought of changing the passion that I have or that I am. I was just encouraged to really be who I am and to do what I do.
Okay, so Maggie, what lessons have you learned from, Tatekulu, and how would you carry them in your personal life?
In my personal life, respect for elders, respect for the culture, that was his passion, respect the history of who you are and where you are coming from. Tatekulu has always been telling us about the culture and the background of our elders, whether it's traditional authorities, whether it's leadership. So in that, as a human being, as a woman, for example, I think I will grow older teaching every young person, not only my children, but every young person, to respect the culture, to know where they are coming from as Namibians, and also to respect the elders.
Yes, and perhaps we can talk about your working experience. Have you ever had the opportunity to work with Tatekulu, and if so, how was that work experience?
I have hosted him on a couple of occasions where he was, of course, the guest, the main guest. He is somebody who's not complicated. You can reach up to him and speak to him, greet him, and engage in a conversation with him.
Yeah.
He will also be somebody that will not allow his securities to protect them or any person from really engaging him. And the last encounter I really have with him was from the NMH perspective, where we had to go and interview him ahead of 26 August of 2022. Yes, 2022. An interview that he saw accorded in his office, and we had to wait for some times outside, but because the officer felt he was not ready,
yeah,
and we were ahead of time, so he said, if the people are here, why can't they come in? So as we enter his office, we were really expecting him to come from somewhere, but we found him already sitting in the couch waiting for us. The way that he embraced my colleague and I, the way that he started really engaging us, asking us questions, NMH, what is NMH? And we had to do a lot of explanations there where we are coming from, but he was not asking because he didn't know. He was just asking so that he can test the level of the background of the company that we are introducing to him. Yeah. If we really know what we are doing and we know the background. So he ended up taking us back to how he knows NMH about.
Nice.
Yeah, so he spoke about the Allgemeine Zeitung, he spoke about the Republican, Republican, and he even teased that, can you even speak Afrikaans? Yeah, so he threw a word of Afrikaans there and there, because he claimed that you cannot have a publication, then you cannot speak the language. So I said, no, Tatekulu, I do speak the language. So to him, we really, it's an experience, just like you can really feel free, you could feel free around him, and you could really engage him in any subject matter, whether it's really, as I said, of education, culture, your profession, advice, the time when you are sitting with him. So he will be missed.
Okay. Maybe to sum up what you have experienced with Tatekulu, what 3 words would you use to describe him?
Sure, 3 words to describe Tatekulu. It could never be enough. He's an icon. He's an icon of the liberation struggle. He's an icon of the foundation that built up the foundation of this country. He's an icon as an individual. I think Tatekulu was just a born leader.
Yeah.
He was just a born leader, because listening to all the history that everybody could share, I should tell you that every speaker will say something that we have never heard from a previous speaker. Every speaker will have something different to share. So that, in all, I wish Namibia could really document all the speakers and all the speeches, and one day one could just read, and you can even, you know, put it through schools for the children that really still have to go through schools, and it must be kept in the libraries for all of us to really just learn as to what, not about his history, but what people have really said about him.
What do you believe was Tatekulu's greatest achievements, in your own opinion?
Bringing up an independent Namibia is already an achievement of its own. But I must probably share one that I have participated as well, the railway to the north.
Nice.
We never knew that it can happen. But the Mbako family joined the founding father to go and work at the railway. And it was an experience because he was involved there as well. He was part of our group. So it was really an experience. And then to me, for today to have a railway station that is just behind my mom's house in Ondangwa, it's really a dream that I've never thought will come true. So that is one of the key projects. But the bringing about independence
Imagine,
itself,
for all these people.
There is nothing that can stand out than that.
The
peace that we are really enjoying.
And the unity, the solidarity that we have.
Peace, unity, and the, you know, that freedom of everything. Whether it's expression for us to be able to speak on television. I mean, who would have ever...
who would have ever thought? Okay, Maggie, let's talk about, you know, where we are as a country right now. Do you think his vision for Namibia compares to where we are currently?
I think where we are as a country, really, it's a foundation, I said, that he has built. And we are very fortunate as a country to have the succession of all the leaderships being transferred very peacefully. And also as a country, we enjoy that stability, whether it's economic stability or whether it's political stability, and it's really because of the foundation that was led by Tatekulu. Where we are as a country, yes, we can still do more, but we have to be very grateful for what we've achieved. We have to be very grateful for the projects that were implemented ever since Namibia became independent. We can only do more. And it's really up to the young people now to really take up the where the elders are ending, and what the projects and the programs that were implemented. It's for us to continue to that, and it's for us to be innovative to as young people, especially you guys.
I like the pressure, especially you guys.
You guys, we are aging, and really the contribution that were made by our forefathers, that were made by our leaders, those that has departed, the likes of Dr. Hage Geingob, and of course now with our founding, we must also not forget to continue tap onto the very rich, knowledgeable former president that we still have, Tate Pohamba. So the country have achieved a lot, but we can still do more because we've got a growing nation. So we cannot have a growing nation and not a growing economy. So we are very thankful for where we are. We are really fortunate as whether Namibians or a country for what we are enjoying today because of the of what was brought up by our liberation struggle and revolutionary and our leaders, including the traditional leaders as well. And the church contributes also so much to the peace that we're enjoying today. So we can only be grateful as a nation.
Finally, Maggie, briefly, perhaps I can ask you, how would you continue to pay tribute to Tatekulu's legacy in your personal life?
In my personal life is you know, his legacy must be remembered for for the independence that we enjoy every day. So when you wake up every day, you are enjoying that peace and stability. It's because of him. And I think that is a legacy that we must not forsake.
Yes.
The peace of this country, we must not forsake it. And the moment that we start probably trying to disturb the peace is when we can not respect or honor the legacy that were brought up by a person like Sam Nujoma.
Yeah. Memege, thank you so much for beautifully narrating your personal experiences with Tatekulu. We appreciate you taking time to come and give us this story.
Thank you so much, Aina, for having me, and thank you to your viewers.
You're most welcome. We will be right back after the short commercial break. Please do stick around.
A towering and pivotal figure indeed. I did enjoy your conversation you had with Maggie, and she shed a lot of light on some achievements that we didn't know of the founding father. And it was just very moving to, you think you know something, but there's just more that comes from what the founding father has done for the nation and what his legacy holds.
I think it's important to continue telling our personal stories, continue sharing our personal encounters with Tatekulu. That contributes to the documentation of his legacy. As you may know, today is the memorial service of Tatekulu, our Omkokoli, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. The memorial service is taking place at the Independence Stadium. Dignitaries have started to arrive, the public has started to arrive. And yes, we will be paying tribute to him today. You still can make your way to the stadium, and when you get there, you will find ushers who will tell you exactly what to do, when to do it, and how to do it.
Yes, and also if you can't make it, you know, you can obviously be tuning in from home and watching with us, and that's the immense power of technology. If you can't physically be there, you can still be part of this historic moment at home.
Absolutely.
We now cross over to the Independent Stadium, where the UN Resident Coordinator Hopalang Fororo has a tribute message.
So we have come here as the United Nations, and we are really in solidarity with the nation for the great loss of a great man, visionary leader, a man we admire, not only in Namibia, but globally, because when we look at what we see in Namibia, the nation was the one who established this foundation, and as the United Nations, we are really so honored because we know that this journey also, his journey for the nation started with him being in the United Nations, petitioning for the United Nations so that Namibia will become independent. So even though we celebrate a loss, we also, or even though we face a loss, we are mourning, but we are also celebrating a life fully lived and a life where we will continue to be inspired and build upon this very strong foundation that has been established.
You know what I love about today, as much as it is a sad day and people are grieving, there's a lot of beauty, as we can see people coming together from all walks of life, not only Namibians, but also on an international scale, to pay tribute and say goodbye to a towering figure for the Namibian nation. Now we can see some visuals from the stadium, at the Independent Stadium, that is. People carrying their flags. I love that. It's so beautiful.
I love the fact that people are wearing traditional attire. It really represents and reinforces our cultural roots. You know, people are representing the political party, which is SWAPO, in which the founding father served. You see, I see details. This is the field. I think under the tent are where the dignitaries and the VIPs will be seated. And yeah,
and we can see they've started arriving. People are up and early. That's what I really love about this. Look at that.
I love the fact that people have Namibian flags. It just,
they also have T-shirts there.
Yeah, it speaks to the patriotism of our country.
I totally agree with you. Would you say one of the impact he had was in unifying the different cultures in Namibia? Because we saw there, I saw a Herero dress, I saw a Nama dress, I saw a Vampu dress, and I love to see that.
Absolutely. I think that Tatekulu was a unifier across the board, across all cultural all cultures. I think we actually came together as a nation despite our cultural backgrounds because of his legacy, because of his character, because of the leadership principles that he had.
Are there, so far we have had like numerous tributes coming out. Are there some that stood out for you particularly?
I think, yeah, there have been so many tributes. But I do appreciate, let me speak from an artist's point of view, because I'm an artist. I do appreciate all the artists who went to go perform at the Independence Arena on a pro bono basis. I mean, to offer your craft for free is a stretch, but I appreciate the fact that, you know, artists understood that this is for a good cause. It's honoring a man who sacrifices, goes beyond than what we can ever imagine or do for this country. So I appreciate the likes of Get Leach, I appreciate the likes of Top Cherry and D. They have a tribute song. I appreciate the likes of Young T. They have a tribute song, and so many other artists, you know, who performed, MCs. I appreciate, you poets who went out and offered their craft. I think it's important that we as artists really, in these moments of unifying, in these moments where the atmosphere calls for unison, we show up and rise to the occasion. So I've seen the tributes from the artists. We see you, we honor you, and we celebrate with you.
I did do an interview earlier in the week with Big Ben. He has also a tribute song dedicated to the founding father, and it's very beautiful. Have you listened to some of the music that has been created around the founding father since he's passed?
Just last night, I listened to the tribute song by Young T. I listened to the tribute song by Top Cherry and D. Those are the ones that I've heard so far. Oh, yes. Definitely.
I have listened to quite a few of them, but not everything, because I feel like everybody went out and did something special to honor him, and which is so beautiful.
But I think just also, it's not only artists, we have influencers, we have, you know, people across the creative industry, entertainment industry, who are offering their tributes and standing in solidarity with the Namibian nation at large through so many posts that they are doing on social media. But we will continue this conversation when we return. For now, this is Michelle McLean, former Miss Universe and Miss Namibia, with a tribute message. Have a look.
Hi, well, we're here at the stadium today to celebrate His Excellency Dr. Sam Nuyoma's life. And we're here with the family and obviously all the diplomats from around the world and our citizens that are here to pay the tribute to a man that fought for our freedom, the land of the brave. I have a very personal experience with His Excellency being the patron of the Michelle McLean Children Trust. So today is a very special day for me to be able to say thank you to him for the most incredible opportunities that he gave this country and to the Michelle McLean Children Trust.
What beautiful words indeed. In this time of sadness, it's great to hear some of these comforting words for the nation, and to see Michelle McLean.
Michelle will forever be standing. This is unrelated, but let us recognize and appreciate.
Yes, and I do appreciate that she came out, she looked glamorous, but she's still paying her respects to the founding father. Some of the things that I did like seeing was that the youth came out in numbers. Yesterday at the viewing of the body at Parliament Gardens, a lot of the people there was the youth, and they stayed up till 4 a.m. I mean, that just speaks to who he is as a person, and the impact he has even on the younger generation.
Yeah, I think it's I think we are all touched. This is an icon of our time. This is a man whose blood waters our freedom. This is a hero. So it's only befitting and right that, you know, young people go and experience this historic moment. I think it's also good that young people went to the Parliament Gardens and they stayed up and they were singing song with the Ndilimani cultural troupe. I think it's important that they can document this moment in history and also tell this historic moment to their children so that their children's children can tell their children's children. So it's a moment of documenting history, and I really appreciated that.
Yes, it was, like I said, very beautiful to see. Earlier on, we did talk about his early life, from a cattle herder to being the first president of Namibia. What would you say is something very remarkable, especially during his early life? He was a cattle herder. I think he had to leave school at 16 because of the apartheid regime to take care of his family. And he had to face all these injustices during that time. And he said, this is this is no and this is wrong. and I'm going to make a change about it.
Yeah.
What were some of the impact that you feel had in his early life?
I feel like when you grow up in a not so, what can I say? When you grow up not so privileged, I think your circumstances inspire you to do more and to come better. And I stand under correction, but perhaps those are some of the things that inspired him, you know, to work hard, inspired him to go after the vision that he had to bring liberation to Namibians.
Yes, and I think it's that resilience and the injustices that he faced that fueled his activism to forming SWAPO, which officially started as OPO, and you know, building it to the party, the political party that it is now.
Yeah, I think maybe let us recap and also just give our audience a background of Tatekulu. He was born on the 12th of May 1929 in Tunda, near Onganjera, northern Namibia. He was born to Daniel Utoni Nujoma and Helvi Pingana Kondombolo, hard-working peasant farmers who instilled in him a strong sense of community and cultural pride. Growing up under South Africa's oppressive apartheid rule, he experienced first-hand injustices that defined black Namibian life. Now, despite limited formal education, his thirst for knowledge led him to self-educate and later attend night school in Windhoek while working as a railway clerk. These formative years exposed him to the stark realities of apartheid, shaping his resolve to fight for the people's freedom. That was Tatekulu's early life. And this is what exactly I was saying, that, you know, when you grow up under injustices, it sort of just sparks that hunger for you to get freedom from these oppressors. And I think that even inspires you to serve your nation. It inspires you to become a better version of yourself, and it inspires you to take someone with you. Remember, I always say that I live by the words of Mam Charlotte Manglege. She was also a liberation struggle fighter in South Africa. She once said that, do not live above your people, but live with them. And if you rise, you must take someone with you. And I think Tatekulu is also an epitome of those words, because look at us, look at how many people he has brought with him up until this stage.
Definitely. They do say, what leaders, what is it? Great leaders don't walk alone. They take everyone with them, and that's definitely what he did. Speaking of his leadership, I think he was a great leader. Everybody agrees that he was a great leader. What are some of the lessons and attributes and values that young leaders can take from him?
I think they should be able to take advice. They should be able to listen to people who they may or may not deem important. Advice can come from anyone. So I think it's important that, you know, leaders listen to both voices in society and then evaluate those voices for the good of the nation. Another thing I think is that be open. Be open, because you are serving different types of people. Be open to, you know, different cultural exchanges. Be open to different personalities, and be welcoming of different natures. I think that's, for me, I think that young people, as a leader, perhaps that's what I would take. What would you take?
I would say that injustices are happening everywhere currently. We do have a free Namibia. We do have a lot of things that we can be grateful for, excuse me, which were greatly, you know, influenced by the founding father. But there are still injustices, and injustices doesn't need to be a political activism cry. It can just be at work, somebody is being mistreated, you stand up for them. That is also your form of saying no to anything that is wrong, standing up for people who can't stand up for themselves. And that's what he stood for. So it doesn't need to be at a great scale.
Yeah.
You can do it, you know, just at home. You see that there's this happening, my neighbor, whatever is happening there, don't be people's problems are their problems. Let's practice unity. Let's practice one Namibia, because we are technically, what's the Ubuntu saying?
One Namibia, one nation.
No, but what's
Ubuntu, Ubuntu.
Yeah, exactly.
Not Ubuntu saying one Namibia, one nation.
You see, we are confusing it all. We are confusing it all.
Yes.
Yes, but they all literally bring back to the same sentiments that when we take care of each other, the whole takes care of us.
Yes, and I think another thing leaders can take away from, you know, Tatekulu is to motivate and inspire others. With your actions, motivate and inspire others. If you can, offer trainings to those who work under you. Offer mentorship programs to those who work under you. I do believe that Tatekulu was a mentor to so many people. He mentored cabinet ministers. He mentored even his children. He mentored a lot of political figures. I think that's a good thing to emulate.
I totally agree with you. Another thing that I love with your conversation earlier with Maggie was that he was such an advocate for health.
Yes.
He was so much involved in the fitness industry or world. He took good care of his health. And that just speaks to the man that he is, and also what we can also take from that. Are you taking care of yourself as a human being?
I think, you know, let's shift our conversation to talk about Tatekulu's personality. You know, many people described him as a charismatic and determined leader. What do you think made him so influential beyond politics to touching the hearts of an ordinary Aina in Korea?
I think his presence and ability to connect with people. He had a commanding voice and a deep sense of purpose, which made people believe in his vision. Not only that, but also his story is very remarkable. He didn't get much education, but he fled the country, and he had all these international allegiance that he had to form to help bring Namibia's independence. That is truly remarkable on itself. So it just speaks to who he was as a person. So I think that's why he was such a charismatic individual. It had nothing to do that he has a master's degree, a PhD degree, but just who he was as a person that moved people and brought people to his cause.
Yeah, he was also known as a very disciplined leader and a hard worker. Do you think, you know, those qualities perhaps, you know, shaped how our country has been governed? Or shape the way that maybe he has governed the country?
I would say so. I did meet a few political, I don't want to say political leaders, but let's say, I don't want to mention names actually, but people that were initially in the SWAPO Youth League, and how they talk about him, and the ones who had the privilege to, you know, have an encounter with him. He was very strict, apparently. Like when you go to his office as a minister, you had to be very prepared and you had to be on point.
You must know what you're saying.
You must know what you're saying. You just can't walk up there. I loved hearing about that. He was very, very strict. So it was not like, oh, Aina Kweyo, I know you. No, it was very business is business. And he was very strict with his ministers. So people knew that if they have an appointment with him, they have to be very well prepared. They have to make sure that they can answer his questions, because you just don't go there and present and say, this is what I want to do. You had to be able to also answer the difficult questions. And I think that speaks to just who he was as a leader, and also the type of governance we now have.
Yeah, I think maybe to add on that, I think he was very hands-on. And when when you're hands-on, you expect the same type of commitment from everyone else. And I think that has contributed greatly, to the development of our country with how things have been governed, even after when he stepped down. I think it's the same energy, it's the same principles that Tatekulu Hifikepunye Pohamba also carried. Yeah,
definitely. Now I have to cut you short so that we can quickly go back to the stadium. Joining us live from inside the Independent Stadium is Andrew, who is on the ground giving us an update on what's happening. Good morning, Andrew.
It seems as though, my colleague, we will not be going to Andrew anymore. Perhaps you and I can continue the conversation. Beyond politics, he was known as a family man. Tatekulu was a family man, a mentor to many young people, as I have mentioned. What do we know about his personal life and values?
I don't actually think I know too much about his personal life, except that I know a few of his grandchildren that are, I think there's one that we gym together. I don't want to, humble brag. But he's a remarkable individual. Like when you talk to him, and I didn't even know that he was the grandson of Tatekulu. I just found out after his passing, through the newspapers, and people were circulating pictures of the grandchildren. I was like, oh, I would have not thought that he's a grandchild of Dr. Sam Nujoma, because he was very humble.
Yes.
And I love that. He's not going around saying this is who my grandfather was. He's very humble about his upbringing. I think we are now ready for Andrew, who is inside the stadium at Independence. Good morning, Andrew.
Andrew, can you hear us?
Hi, Namibia. Andrew Pullman here from Independence Stadium. I'm just here under the tent, I think where the VIP area is. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Andrew, we can hear you
anything
very
from the
well.
studio.
Yes,
But anyway,
well.
so as we know, guest has been arriving. We're looking forward to today's program, and just all, any dignitaries from all over that will be in attendance, and that will later on make some speeches. People are just taking their seats, and that's basically all that we have. There are also members of the public also in attendance. All the armed forces are here. Just checking, going through the security gates at the stadium. And so it's shaping up to be a memorable day for all Namibians, and to just reflect on what this means for the future of Namibia and moving forward, the direction we want to take.
All right, that was Andrew Pullman, and he is at the Independence Stadium, bringing us a live feed of what is happening currently on the ground. He's saying that things are slowly but surely starting to pick up, and some dignitaries are seated, as you might have seen in those visuals, and we will be bringing you more, coverage from the Independence Stadium. We wanted to engage Andrew and ask him questions about what is happening live there, so that we can give you the correct and factual information, but surely we will cross over again.
Hopefully we can get more information. I did love that we could see that we are hearing the mics, and it's almost like it's preparing for the official start of the ceremony. So earlier on we spoke to Christine, who was outside, and Andrew Pullman is inside the stadium, and here are some of the visuals of the dignitaries arriving to the stadium.
I think that people are still starting to arrive, and perhaps when we cross over again, we will know exactly who has arrived, and so forth and so on. Perhaps let us continue our conversation, you and I. Perhaps what is the, if I can ask you, what is the one piece of advice or philosophy that you have taken from Tatekulu that you will carry with you forever?
I think from cattle herder to first president, that's almost unheard of. And you think that you're born in certain circumstances and that means that you can't do certain things, but that's not true. What you're born with is what matters. What's inside you is what matters more than your circumstances. And I will always take that with me. It doesn't matter what rooms I work in, how small I feel. What's inside me is greater than what's outside. And because we had the first president who literally was the embodiment of that, I think I'll always carry that with you. For you, what would that be?
I think for me it would be determination, because I've seen, or I've read and heard how he was so determined to bring freedom to our country. So I take that determination with me all the days of my life in achieving my goals. I take that determination with me in my work. I take that determination with me in my relationships, and every aspect of my life. I think for me that's what I would do the most.
Yes, so throughout the morning we have been showing the viewers the route that the late founding father's body had taken throughout the country as people bid their farewell. The next stop was Grootfontein. The body of Dr. Sam Nujoma arrived in Grootfontein, where Oshodonjupa Governor James Werigwa welcomed the occasion. Now, Speaker of the National Assembly, Peter Kashavivi, delivered the chief mourner's speech honoring Nuyoma's legacy. Former plan combatants paid tribute through speeches and liberation struggle songs reflecting on his role in Namibia's independence. Former SWAPO's Secretary General and Chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, Pentu Kenny Ivula Eenhana, also delivered a speech highlighting Nuyoma's enduring impact on the nation. Let's take a look.
And sadness to honor a veteran, a leader, a founding president of the Republic of Namibia, and a father of the Namibian nation. As we say goodbye to His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma today, a national hero whose ambitions and selfless shaped our country through his devotion and committed to the liberation struggle of our country. We remain grateful for the work he did for our country
and a strong foundation that he laid at the birth of our nation. His courage, wisdom, and a commitment to justice and equality laid a foundation for a modern today Namibian state. Bereaved families, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Nujoma was more than just a leader, and so many alluded to that. He was an epitome of bravery, tenacity, and foresight. His name serves as a symbol of Namibia's independence, a ray of hope inscribed in Namibia's foundation.
Was instrumental shaping Namibia into a viable independent nation as it is today. Today we are mourning the honor, comrade, a humble man, and a true revolutionary who devoted his life, sovereignty, national building, and continuous development of Namibia. This is a deeply humbling moment to tribute to the son of the soil, the pivotal legacy, the son of the soil, the founding father of our nation. Esteemed leaders, Swapo Party, our reverend first president, chosen one destiny to guide the people of Namibia towards our independence. Comrade Nujoma and Weber's commitment and resilience and hope provided the foundation for so many of us to join the liberation struggle, uniting in the face of oppression and the honors of apartheid.
I can feel and express how we as a people feel, but I urge all of us to draw our solace in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 2 to 8, that says there is time for everything. Indeed, there is a time to be born and a time to die, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance. The founding father was a visionary and charismatic, formidable, astute and brave leader who dedicated his life to the total liberation of our country and its people from the oppression and colonial rule of the white government. It is never easy to speak at any occasion of a loss, more so of a great leader, a great liberator, freedom fighter, commander-in-chief, a unifier, a founding father of the Namibian nation, and indeed the first president of the Democratic Republic of Namibia. The founding president was among the last of a generation of extraordinary personalities that Africa has enjoyed. And these are African leaders who led their countries out of the yoke of colonial rule and oppression, and indeed through their selflessness have fought fiercely to ensure total liberation of their countries. And indeed, our president, our fallen hero, the founding father, is among the wave of those leaders. The first wave of brave men and women of Africa who say, above everything, will not sit idle, but will stand up and go out there and wage war against the tyranny and colonial oppression of the white
Anwe Kavalo, Pula Mazuana Zambe. Zokoyo, Picasso, Ape, Teapo.
Powerful tribute messages coming in from Rundu, and I appreciate the fact that, you know, every Namibian from all corners of this country had the opportunity to bid farewell to an African giant and icon, Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma. Now we are wrapping up our conversation, and we are expecting seasoned journalist Toivo Ndjebela and Matthias Alfiku to come and continue this conversation. But before that, we are crossing over to Katima. Glenn, please tell us what has happened in Katima.
Now, the casket of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, arrived at the Mpacha airport in Katima Mulilo, Zambezi region, before being transported to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. Delivering his address, Minister of Urban and Rural Development and representative of the chief mourner, Erastus Utoni, stated that Nuyoma's passing was difficult to accept. The four traditional authorities in the Zambezi region delivered a joint message describing Nujoma as a revolutionary liberator whose spirit would live on despite his physical absence. Sam Nujoma Foundation Deputy Chairperson Pendukeni Ivula Eenhana honored him as the optimum and embodiment of the liberation struggle. Let's take a look.
About the passing of our founding president struck us all like a thunder. Director of Proceedings, fellow mourners, our departed founding president and father of our nation dedicated his life to the noble fight for freedom and independence. He strongly believed in and fostered unity, peace, reconciliation, and shared development and prosperity for all inhabitants of our beloved motherland. I will merely add, when necessary, to underscore our departed leader as our enduring pillar and symbol of unity, stability, and nationalhood, and a beacon of hope for the current and future generation of our country and beyond. Director of Proceeding, fellow mourners, as I said, I'm also going to share.
As traditional leaders, we pay our homage on behalf of our subjects to this gallant son of the soil. We in this region cannot forget those dark days of our liberation struggle. We remember when a number of young men and women left this region in the mid-60s under Caprivi African National Union, KANU, led by Brendan Kambongolo Simbai, into exile, where they joined the likes of a young man called Sam Nujoma to form one united anti-colonial force to liberate Namibia. Brendan Simbai was chosen to deputize Namibia as his vice president. Unfortunately, on his trip back into the region to mobilize more youth to join SWAPO, he was arrested and never to be seen again. Sam Nujoma, true to his character, kept the fire of the liberation struggle burning despite numerous challenges. We equally remember that though the first bullet signaling the beginning of the armed struggle may have been fired on the 26th of August 1966 at Omgoro
was saddened and devastated by that news. The name Sam Nujoma is a household name. It symbolizes our resilience in the crucible of our national liberation struggle for freedom and independence. Founding President was the epitome and embodiment of our liberation struggle. The world came to know Namibia through him and SWAPO. In recognition of his dedication and selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation in 2005 through an Act of Parliament, Act 16 of 2005. As a true democrat, President Nujoma stepped down as head of state on the 21st of March 2005, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye.
We continue the coverage of the memorial service of founding President Sam Nujoma. And now joining me in studio is my former colleague, Matthias Haufiku, who is now just a political commentator helping us with the coverage of this important event. Thank you, Matthias, for coming back to the set.
Well, it's good to be back, Toivo. Yeah. Thanks for having me. Good morning to you and the viewers.
Yeah, wonderful. So, what did you make of the events since the 8th of February, when the sad news of the passing of Sam Nujoma came through, and the subsequent events? I'm looking, for example, at the debate about taking the body around the country, the costs involved. Some people say every penny is worth Sam Nujoma, and others saying that some of these resources should have been channeled towards other priorities in the country.
Yeah, from the onset, I think many of us have been aware of the health condition of the founding president. Yeah. But still, it still came sort of as a surprise. I mean, that is the nature of death. You can never really fully prepare for it. But after that, the decision to take the body all over the country, welcomed by many. Of course, there has been critics also to it. But you look at the stature of the men we are celebrating, not just in Namibian terms, but also in global terms. This is a founding president of a whole country. Yeah, yeah. So it just makes sense for a decision like that. There are times where costs, as much as we should be responsible, but it shouldn't be affected not to do certain things. Yeah. He's an elder statesman, very revered internationally. So it would have been a lost opportunity had we not taken this decision. Yeah. Many tried to juxtapose it with that of the late President Hage Geingob. But there is a difference between the two men in stature. Yes, both have been presidents of the country. But there is a reason when you go into government offices, when you find the portrait of the founding president and that of the sitting president.
Yeah.
That of the founding president is permanently there. The only one that changes is the sitting president. So there's a reason for that. Sam Nujoma is part of the very essence of our republic. And it just makes sense that all Namibians are afforded that opportunity to really pay their respects to someone who played a big role as far as Namibia's growth and development is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was saying earlier on this platform that I had my misgivings myself around the wisdom of taking the body around. For me, it was not really from the cost point of view. It was more from whether it is culturally and traditionally sound to take a dead body around the country. But in hindsight, I realized that those that took that decision are actually being vindicated, because you look at the scenes of people lining up across the roads, everywhere, and speaking the same language about this man, wherever, to whatever region they took him. It sounds as if it was actually a decision well thought.
Yeah, most definitely, because you'll see even the attendance at those regional memorials. It would have been something else had they been empty, but you could see that the appetite was there. And there are other areas that also felt that the body should already have gone there, but of course that's not practical. So the matter of the tradition that you spoke about on transporting the body and so on, the body politics of leadership and presidency is that of being a representative nature. So you are voted into power by the people. So why not afford those people also that opportunity to bid their farewell?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, also, Matthias, to the 7 regions that Sam Nujoma's body was taken, everyone seemed to have each region seemed to have its own Sam Nujoma story to tell. Yeah. To say, for example, us in Zambezi, he came and quashed that 1999 rebellion. In Kavango, for example, they spoke about how he dealt with the unitary bandits that were crossing into Namibia from time to time to attack people. What does that mean when you see things like that?
Yeah. Well, for me, it speaks to holistic leadership. Everyone experienced him in their own ways. He treated every situation according to his own needs at the specific time. Yeah. He was decisive when he needed to be. Yeah. The issue of the UNITA issue in Kavango, the Zambezi issue that you mentioned. So he didn't have a one-size-fits-all approach for all areas across the country. So it was more of a need-based sort of leadership that he adopted. I also saw the other day an interview that the national broadcaster had with Chief Kapika. Now they spoke about the Baines, the hydro project there, and how he came and listened and understood that these are sort of traditional areas, and putting up a development of that nature, as much as it's important from a national perspective, you still need to respect those local communities and the way they do things there. So he had this really good approach on how to sort of interact with the different communities, and that's why everyone has a different story to tell. There wasn't a lot of repetitiveness as far as messages are concerned in the regions. So each region really got their pound of flesh from Sam Nujoma. Yes. Absolutely.
I mean, I remember the Kapika meeting. There are still images from that meeting, and President Nujoma sitting on the ground because he understood that in that moment Chief Kapika was the authority. So that humility also to reduce himself and submit himself to the authority of the chief was very, very telling. But we have a quick peep into this MBC footage, live footage, just to see what is happening there quickly, and then we'll be back. Is that the case? No? Okay. No, it looks like my directors are saying that that is not the case yet, but we'll be crossing over into that footage in a moment. Matthias, let's continue this conversation. So I have an interview that is airing this weekend on Sunday with Ambassador Tulia Minikalomo for the agenda, my show, and I called him specifically to the show to speak about the diplomatic side of Sam Nujoma, which people don't talk about a lot. They talk of him as a guerrilla fighter, as a political leader, but little is spoken about his diplomatic prowess. I mean, getting SWAPO recognized, for example, as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people at AU first and later at the UN General Assembly, and getting SWAPO a permanent observer seat at a platform like the UN, that is huge.
Yeah, very, very huge. History has narrated that journey of his, especially during his time in the United States. And it's really difficult to sort of take away the tag of guerrilla fighter.
Yeah.
Someone who's been at the forefront of that liberation process.
Yeah.
So even when he became president, that transition, as far as the outlook on him is concerned, it was very sort of in a gray area. But you'd see that as far as the diplomatic front is concerned, he was very brutal when he had to be. And we've seen that post-independence also, especially when he's at the United States. There was a time when Nujoma and his peer, the late Mugabe, everyone knows when they take the podium at the UN, especially the West, they would know that there's a lot of criticism coming for them, especially regarding the sanctions in Zimbabwe at the time.
Yeah.
So he was diplomatic when he needed to be, and when he needed to be to take out the brute force, he did that.
Yeah.
So you'll see that as much as we say, you mentioned earlier on the issue of his visit to Chief Kapika, where he was seated on the ground. That is diplomacy.
Yeah.
There's no higher authority than him in the country at the time, but he still felt that for this to work, we need to work together. That is diplomacy.
Absolutely. There was also this element about, I think people undermine also how he united this country emerging out of the period of divisions, the war. In fact, prior to 1990, people spoke about the genetic makeup of SWAPO as a liberation movement. When Sam Nujoma was president of the party, of the movement, and then he was deputized by Brendan Simbwaye at one point, and later Meshake Muyongo, Captain Hendrik Vedboy, and all that. And that was not just in the top echelons of the party. If you went down the hierarchy, you would also find that kind of blend. How important was that to unity within SWAPO and also eventually in the country?
Yeah. Well, it was important on many fronts, because it would be difficult to lead a nation that's not united.
Yeah.
So, and he spoke greatly on unity.
Yeah.
And he championed the fight against tribalism and regionalism, because he knew if your people are not standing together, you'll not achieve that common purpose that he normally so reverently spoke of. So you would see that within his cabinet even, he always made sure that everyone from all regions are represented.
Yeah.
And that was important for those on the ground also to feel that they are represented by one of their own. And it worked for him, and you could see the type of respect that he commanded when he was the president of the country.
Yeah.
I'm not saying his successors didn't experience the same, but he had this command where his word would go, whether it was a fear element or not, but it worked for him at the time, considering where the country was coming from, because it would be difficult to unite a country coming from the apartheid system. I can imagine how difficult it was, especially the issue of reconciliation. There were some of his peers who felt he was being too soft on those who fought against the liberation of the country. To say, even in the ranks of the army, to say, how can we still have these people in the army as generals? They were the ones who were delaying our independence, so we should get rid of them. But he understood the concept of reconciliation, to say that we are all Namibians, despite of what happened, without forgetting, of course, but we need to move together going forward.
Yeah. And when you spoke about how he made his appointments, I'm reminded of how he also went to the marginalized communities and identified individuals there I think Angelica Maharukwa, for example, the late, when she was appointed just as a backbencher, I think it was during Njoma's time first, before she was then becoming deputy minister and whatnot. She also looked for people in this within the San community, not just to have that representation, but because he also understood that representation is not just a PR exercise, but that when you have someone physically within the system, their influence ought to benefit where they are coming from.
Yeah, most definitely. And their influence would then also rub off on you as a leader, as a leadership, when you take decisions on the table, because they know what's the situation on the ground. You don't have to. You're not depending on secondhand information. You would see that when the former Deputy Prime Minister Libertine Amadila, when she championed that Sun program, the administration of the day were deliberate on supporting that program as far as allocating resources is concerned. Those marginalized communities, as much as they are not in the majority, they still have a part to play in the Namibian House. And that was recognized from a very early stage. And you could see them within the system. So it sort of bears fruit these days. You see them across the system, although not in large numbers. But compared to the past, you could see that it paid off in the end.
The incoming president is female. And she also grew under the wings of Sam Nujoma. And at the time, I mean, I also look at what do you think is the role that Sam Nujoma has played in getting rid of the old beliefs around patriarchy and the male dominance? I mean, looking from the very beginning when the first cabinet was appointed and we had a few women there already. I think Netuma Ndaitwa also served just in the first term, towards the end of the first term, in the first cabinet. How important was that to lay the foundation going forward for women to be where they are today?
It was important in the sense that it sort of gave the message that everyone is important within the Republic. Everyone had a role to play. It's not a gender issue. That's why you see when the ruling party championed the 50-50 zebra policy, there was a lot of questions and skepticism around it, to say, is it just tokenism and so on? But certain steps have to be taken to sort of ensure that there's equality and there's equity within the system. Within our African culture, we are very much aware that women have always taken the back seat, and men have sort of always had this privilege of being on the front foot and taking decisions on behalf of women. At times, these decisions solely affect women, but men were championing those decisions. So it was important to have them within the system, for their voice to be heard also. And of course, their input matters. And we can see it playing out today. Today we are about to witness Namibia having a female president. We have a female prime minister. So you can see the importance of the gender balancing within the system. And it pays off in the end also.
Absolutely. We will just go for a very short break. We will play you some images in a moment, and then return with Matthias Aufigo. We continue on our platform here just to unpack and look into the legacy of founding President Sam Nujoma, who will be laid tomorrow, Saturday, or at a Heroes Acre in Windhoek, outside Windhoek. He died on the 8th of this month, aged 95. But yes, earlier on you spoke about Sam Nujoma being also revered internationally. And we have seen the outpouring of tributes from the likes of the King of England, remembering, for example, when the Queen came here in the early, I think, 1991. We've seen, I'm told, for example, that the President of Finland will be here, the leaders of South Africa, and all over the continent and the world. Essentially, we are going to have a lot of people here. What has been your observation, and what does it tell you about the man as an international icon of some sort?
Yeah. For me, it's a sign of the mark that he left on the international space.
Yeah.
For someone who has left power 20 years ago and still to command so much respect, so much honor being extended towards him and his family, it shows the type of leader that he was and the impact and influence that he made during his time in leadership.
Yeah.
And that's why you see the widespread outpouring of grief. And many of the current leaders world over grew up in their political careers looking up and studying leaders like Sam Nujoma, the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Joshua Nkomos. So he is part of that caliber of leaders, and you would always remember how the late President Geingob used to refer to President Nujoma and his generation as the first generation of African leaders. And he's the last of those leaders.
Yeah.
So I don't quite think as Namibians we realize what we had within our midst as far as a citizen is concerned. He's so revered globally, but perhaps because of his approachability and sort of open door policy that he had over the years, it sort of normalized him as a person within the streets of Windhoek and Namibia at large. So, but from a global scale, you can see the type of messages that comes in and how he's described, how revered he is, especially in parts such as Cuba. You spoke of the Finnish president coming. Namibian ties with Finland are very strong, especially from a religious point of view as well. I believe you also went to study there at some point.
I studied in Finland. Yes.
Finland, yeah. So the ties are very strong,
Yeah.
and he ensured that even long after his leadership, those ties still continue to exist.
Yeah, I mean, Matti Ahtisaari also was, I think, the Secretary General of the UN and he led the transition that led to our first democratic election and independence afterwards. In terms of this influence that the man had, unforced, very generic influence within the people, that ability that he had. I remember, for example, that, you would remember the railway up north, where he just said, look, we are not going to employ contractors for every little thing. Things like digging things and offloading things. The communities might just come and do these things. Business people came, slaughtered cattle there, people ate. People just believed that this was our country. We are doing things for free, but for our country, for our future generations. When water was coming in our villages in the 90s, the community dug those trenches on their own without a cent being paid to them. Something that will not happen again in this country, because since then everybody needs to be paid for every little thing. That ability to inspire the people, what can you say about it?
Yeah, well, it once again speaks to him being a doer and not just commanding orders. And that helps, it makes it easier for people to buy into your vision. The issue of the railway that you spoke about, I remember one of the memorial services that were held at the University of Namibia. one of his classmates at the university narrated how when they go on field trips, the geology class, when they go on field trips, he would want to be there where they are camping with the students instead of him going to a hotel. So that was the type of leadership that he commanded. He would always want to be at the forefront of everything that he championed, so that others can buy into it also. I read something very profound earlier this week where someone wrote, he's one of the few leaders who opted not to go to other countries for medical services and receive his medical services here at home. That is profound in the sense that you must be able to believe in the system that you are running. If you don't believe in it, why should I believe in it? So, and of course, people have the democracy and the right to seek medical attention wherever they want. But from a leadership point of view, it sort of instills confidence within the system that you are running. I can't say that my healthcare system is on point, but I don't make use of it. So what are you saying? There's a big contradiction there. And for members of the public and for voters and the citizenry at large, they would want that leadership where they see, when Toivo says this water that we brought you is potable water, you can drink it. But he's drinking from a bottle of mineral water. What does it say? So it's something that we can learn from. It's a good trait that he taught us, to say that once you're a leader, you need to walk the talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, someone also spoke this week about, I mean, people tend to forget that Sam Nujoma also, I mean, you spoke about his geology education at UNAM, which came post-retirement, and I think it was perhaps more symbolic than academic, really. But people tend to forget that this is a man who had very little education, and the things that he was able to do locally and globally with a very limited level of education. Of course, he could speak English eloquently, self-taught. A lot of things that he knew were self-taught, actually, which brought us even on this assertion that sometimes that education, yes, is important to pave and open doors, but sometimes self-education, the personal character of individuals can actually carry a nation, and he was like that.
Yeah, most definitely. Sam Nujoma was a cum laude student of the University of Life. He didn't have the privilege to go sit in a lecture hall because of the job at hand at the time, which is to ensuring that the country becomes liberated. While he was championing that cause, he made sure that the Namibians at the time were sent out to different countries to go and study. And according to the narrative that we are told, he would say that Namibia will be free one day, and we need to be ready. And you can only ready yourself by equipping yourself with the adequate skills to run and manage the affairs of a country. So a lot of Namibians, by the time the country became independent, were educated, highly educated and highly trained for that matter. And I think it sort of made it easier also for his leadership, because he had a pool to choose from, his own people. He didn't have to entirely rely on the previous administration as far as managing the country is concerned. So he also trusted those Namibians that were sent out to go study during the time of the struggle, to say, the country is independent now. We must all come back, come together, converge our thoughts and ideas on what is the best way to sort of put this nation together and manage it going forward.
Yeah, I thought that was really, really visionary, because I also talk about Sam Nujoma having gone out of the country at the age of 30 in 1959, getting elected in absentia as president at the age of 30. I mean, you look around today, your typical 30-year-old guy in town, you know, maybe times are different, of course, but it's just amazing. And to have, you know, transformed the party from Oppo, which was really aligned to a particular tribe, and convince people that we are representative of all of you, and people believe in that. Imagine today, any rebel group, because SWAPO was essentially a rebel group against the administration that was here. But imagine if M23 in Rwanda today just renamed itself to some name, and then suddenly people start flocking to it. I mean, that will never happen again. We'll never live to see anything like that again. So this ability to galvanize people around ideas and make these people believe and buy into these ideas and run with it is just incredible from this man. But before we get into something else, comment for me quickly on the on his decisiveness, because sometimes decisiveness is conflated with a lack of consultation. But at that level, sometimes you need to make quick and important decisions. How important is that element to leadership, especially navigating the space where you don't want to be also, because you can become an autocratic leader also very fast if you make it a habit and if it's not properly justified. But decisiveness is important in leadership.
It's very important in the sense that once you sort of drag too much and you're afraid to make decisions, you'll end up remaining at the same place. Yeah. They say sometimes it's better to make a decision, and even if it ends up wrong, you made the decision, yeah, and you learn from that. So you learn how to move forward. And you spoke of the railway line. There was a lot of criticism and opposition towards it, but there needed to be an element of decisiveness as to why that was needed at that particular time. The issue of Baines also, that's also another issue. The cabinet at the time was hell-bent to say we need this in order to secure our internal power generation capacity in the country, otherwise we'll face an electricity crisis going forward. But he was decisive in the sense to say, as much as we need this, it shouldn't trump over the rights of the communities that this project is going to impact. There is decisiveness. If it was another leader, they could have hopped onto the bandwagon of saying, well, it's the decision of the majority, so let's go with it. Yeah. But they stood firm and say, the communities matters too. So, and in that sense, there were a lot of times where he was accused of being autocratic, being sort of having a dictatorship leadership style. But like any household, especially, and I equate it with dealing with children within the household, you need to be firm when you are raising them. And Namibia was at that stage. The country was still very young. A lot of things still needed to be put in place. So we needed that firmness. I call it firmness. I wouldn't say it was autocratic sort of leadership. That firmness was needed at the time. But you see, as time evolved, the leadership sorts of become very consultative and bureaucratic, because times have changed, and the way of managing the system has also changed.
Because I think also at that time, especially after independence, you needed to be very, very firm. Because if you start, I think his character was really timely at that point in time, and you could see towards the tail end of his tenure that he also then softened up a little bit. But let's quickly go to Independence Stadium, where the memorial service in honor of our late President Sam Nujoma is taking place, with Shafiishuna Nujoma, the Secretary General of SWAPO, speaking.
Yeah, we are at this Independence Stadium. Shortly, I would like to say this is the stadium where Comrade Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma first was sworn in as a President of the Republic of Namibia. It will also be the last stadium where we are bidding farewell to our leader. The Namibians are here, the international communities are here. All of us are here in unison saying, farewell our leader. We in Namibia are saying, Uncle Nujoma have worked for us, all of us so hard. He delivered our country. He, of course, broke the chain of colonialism. He brought peace and stability. We are all together, black and white, and whatsoever color creed. We are saying it's enough. And we are saying it's enough, he has worked for us. And we are saying it's also enough for the mission that was assigned to him by the great God, the Almighty. And we thank him for all what he left behind for us. Our responsibility now is to see to it that the country is monitored in terms of that the peace he left is not disturbed. The unity that he left with us is not disturbed. We thank Uncle Nujoma. Of course, as a Secretary General of SWAPO Party, I would like just to say the organization that he have established with the forefathers and mothers is going to be kept safe by the time that I'm an administrator there. I wish that all of us will remain calm as we are mourning our father, the founder of our republic. And I'm also extending the heartfelt condolences to his family, mostly to Kuku and the children, the grandchildren, and all the Nujoma and Kondobolo family. Namibia must be at peace with itself. Namibia must be at peace with its neighbors. Namibia must be at peace with Africa. Namibia must be at peace with the world. Farewell, our uncle. We shall ever remember you. And I thank you very much.
So, Post Secretary General Shafiishuna Nujoma there speaking about the revered man that Sam Nujoma was. She mentioned, Matthias, that the irony of what is happening today also is that Independence Stadium is the very place at which Sam Nujoma was inaugurated in 1990, March 21, 1990, as president of our country. Which is very poignant. But there's this video clip that from the liberation struggle days in which Nujoma was speaking, already preaching at the time about Pan-Africanism, saying Namibia doesn't belong to us, it belongs to Zambia, it belongs to Angola and other countries. So way before the country even became independent, he already had this thing, because he also understood that I mean, as they say, Namibia is a child of international solidarity, and he went to live that. What can you say about that aspect of him?
Well, as mentioned earlier on, Nujoma is part of the group of leaders that played a key role in the establishment of the Organization of African Unity, which later morphed into the African Union. So, and those principles lived on with him over the years, where the Nujomas, the Nyereres, the Nkrumahs believed that if all African countries are not liberated, then the continent cannot sit idle. So there need to be an element of assisting each other. And that's why you have seen how countries were fighting their wars from other jurisdictions, us from Angola and Zambia and so on. So you would see that even during his presidency, he still lived that message. I remember, was it around 99, 2000, 2001, when the DRC war was at its height, where Namibia sent troops there, and there was a lot of outcry from the Namibian community to say, why are we doing this? What are we gaining from? What are we getting from this? And it's part of that message of Pan-Africanism to say that the Ubuntu element, that we need to be there for each other as a continent. Of course, there has been calls for a borderless continent. Those were principles championed by leaders such as the late Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi for a single African currency. That is the type of message that was championed by that generation of leaders. Of course, the dynamics has changed as far as bilateral and multilateralism is concerned. But of course, we cannot throw away all those principles. There are times where we need to implement them of course, responsibly, Namibia and Botswana has introduced a system whereby we can cross borders with our IDs only. You don't need the passport anymore. So those are the sort of relations that we need to build. But to have those sort of relationships, we need to ensure that the governance systems are in place. The securities and peace systems are in place. So those are the important matters that leaders like Nujoma champion, and hopefully those won't be cast aside by the current generation of leaders.
And then he also had this ability to spot talent and nurture talent. A lot of people who worked with President Nujoma during those years would tell you, for example, how he, apparently at State House, the old State House, he would call even a cleaner and sit down with her. Also, where are you from? No, I'm from this or that village. Oh, what is your background? Just to get to know people. And apparently he would go to some of these villages and ask the communities who among them they think is best capable of representing their interests at the national level, as opposed to cronism, where now you must have campaigned for this candidate for you to make it and whatnot. When he identified Hifikepunye Pohamba prior to the 2004 Extraordinary Congress of SWAPO, and say, in the hands of this man, I think Namibia will be safe. Same thing that he did with identifying Saraku Gongelo at the age of 26 to lead the National Planning Commission in the mid-90s. What can you say about that? Because I look at Pohamba and I think that people, maybe it's because post his presidency, many things did not go well, and maybe we now miss that element. But he was actually a good president from where I stand.
Yeah, considering where Namibia was at the time, I think you needed someone just to come and cement that stability. And Pohamba sort of brought that cool-headedness, not as brutal as Nujoma was. So it sort of opened up the presidency. It sort of became more open, and people, this is not some other world far from us. So he brought that stability. Nujoma's eye for talent also speaks of his involvement as far as managing the affairs of the country is concerned, where you don't sort of just sit back and let your team do the work. So you're part and parcel of it, and through that you get to actually see their strengths and weaknesses, which will also then help you to make adjustments where needed. So he was in touch with those that he appointed. He was in touch with the realities on the ground to ensure, because a lot of MPs and also just high-ranking civil servants emanated from the grassroots with little or no experience, but over the years they became top administrators within the system. And that is the equal opportunity that he always spoke of. Just because people don't have an education background, it doesn't mean they need to be cast away. But then also you then bring them into the system and assist them to sort of equip themselves with the necessary skills.
The other thing is also how he carried himself around. I think the third term that he got, of course, was controversial. I think it was not unconstitutional, but there were some very good technicalities that were exploited there in order to legalize that third term. But I think because of that term, people were not sure whether he will leave eventually at the end of that term. And our current State House was, he started, the construction of that started with his administration. And people were so sure that this guy is building this State House because he doesn't want to go anywhere. As history would have it, the man has not slept a night in that house. Your comment?
I believe that fear emanated from what was happening across not just Africa but across the world, where leaders would cling on to power. People had every right to have those fears, despite the assurances that were given at the time. If I'm not wrong, I believe it was 16 February 1990 when the Constitutional Assembly elected him to be president. And I believe that was one of the technicalities used to justify the third term. So, and in hindsight also, when you look back, it was a sort of a blessing in disguise. If you have to consider where the country was at the time, the sort of leadership squabbles and tension that existed, especially within the ruling party. Everyone was lining up to take over after Nujoma. And he probably felt at the time that looking at this situation, if I hand over now, it might not be the best time. So there are many ways to look at it. Of course, you don't want a system where leaders are in power perpetually. And of course, that's why the term limits are there. And we must be grateful as Namibians that our system is still rigid enough to ensure that leaders don't sort of cross the line when it comes to term limits. And I believe that our democracy continues to be a shining example to even bigger democracies than ours. And it's because of leadership traits such as those that were portrayed by the Nujomas and the Pohambas of this time. And even the late President Genko, he was already talking of how he was going to depart the scene, just to sit back and finally get to breathe after such a busy life that many of these leaders left. Since the liberation movement, they've never really had the time just to sit back and enjoy the fruits of independence, because they just had to serve all those years. So those are some of the things that I believe current leaders can also sort of draw lessons from.
I mean, we saw the when President Genko passed away last year, also that smooth transition. You know, within hours we had a new president duly sworn in, no quarrels. The constitution is very clear on what must happen. And again, the new president, Mbumba, has been vocal to this day about him only serving the remainder of President Genko's term, because we have nurtured a precedent already to say this is how you do things, this is how you consolidate your democracy. I mean, people talk about the autocratic tendencies of Sam Nujoma, but even the press freedom that we enjoy today, the democracy that we enjoy today, it didn't start post Nujoma. These things have started way before. I mean, when people say, for example, oh, there's never been in history, there's never been a Namibian journalist arrested in their line of duty because of, by this government. For 15 years also during Nujoma, nothing of the sort has happened. So we ought to pay attention to those aspects also. He was a democratic leader with a strong character. And that strong character for me sometimes might be, to many people came across as autocratic, but you needed something like that. In America today, Trump came into office a month ago, and he issued these executive orders, again, decisive leadership. And some of the decisions are being challenged by the constitutional courts in the USA saying, no, Mr. President, here you are wrong. But that is how leadership must happen, not these things of, oh, and then the thing drags on towards the end of the person's term. That's when they are starting to scramble around for implementation.
Yeah, I think, you can't win the battle without being decisive. You mentioned President Trump. You can even go as far as President Putin in Russia, President Xi in China. You can have your own outlook on how they do things, but the decisive element is important in any setup. I still believe President Nujoma was misunderstood in many ways as far as his strong character is concerned. I think that line was very, very blurred between his strong character and being an autocratic leader. And as we mentioned earlier on, but where the country was at the time, we needed that strong and firm leadership. We needed to consolidate our independence. You can't consolidate your independence without growing your democracy. And the democracy can only come with firm leadership. And of course, now we see the fruits of that coming. We mentioned the issue of the smooth transition last year, following the passing of President Genko. That emanates from the consolidated democracy that was already championed from the 90s.
Yeah.
So these are only fruits that we are now reaping, it's seeds that were planted already at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Matthias, let's look at these images, these raw images of the casket of President Nujoma arriving finally at the Independence Stadium. There's a huge crowd there. We see the military presence. Again, a very critical moment now. It's almost the final hours. The men will be laid to rest tomorrow.
Well, yes, final moments. Of course, you would see that you can still see the public also flocking in there. I mean, the first commander-in-chief of our military.
Yeah.
So you can see the type of respect from a military perspective that's being accorded to him. So I'm not surprised to see also the influx of leaders from outside and eminent persons from outside to come and witness this sort of, it's an historic occasion, for lack of a better word.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and those images, of course, coming from the national broadcaster, MBC, just crediting them for their great work there. There's a lot of people in that stadium who are from our neighbors. The ANC, for example, is fully represented, and all that. I think we are going to see a lot of faces today. Just in summary, what you expect to see today, Matthias, at this occasion?
Yeah. Well, today I believe there will be a lot of tributes from outside. Most of the leaders and presidents are going to be arriving today. They will have their time on the program also, just to extend their message of condolences. Of course, we do know that his peers, if not all, are not alive anymore. Otherwise, you would have seen a different spectacle. But the impact that he left is so immense that even those who came after can still sort of relate and speak about what they learned from him during his time as a leader. So those are the sort of the solidarity messages that we'll be hearing today. It will be interesting. There's a lot of untold stories about Namibia's road from the struggle to independence. So you will hear a lot of narratives that were not told, that are unknown. For example, I remember watching the tribute, the memorial that was hosted at the University of South Africa during the week. That was hosted by our High Commission there in South Africa. A lot of interesting tales told there by former South African President Thabo Mbeki on how Nujoma conducted himself, on how he ensured that the ANC and SWAPO and Namibia and South Africa at the time to ensure that they work together as a unit. So there's a lot of untold stories that we'll hear today. It'll be interesting to follow these proceedings.
Absolutely. But yes, it's a pleasure. It was really having, I mean, we could talk all day. There's so much, so much that we are talking about here. We could go on all day, but thank you for coming through.
No, thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Good. That is Matthias Aufiku, a former colleague of mine here, is commenting on what is happening right now at the Independence Stadium. Of course, we have another set of colleagues that will continue from here as images continue to pour in from Independence Stadium.
We remember forever. Sin.
they cannot hear these people are singing all over. People singing like that and you sending money. No. They can hear the melodies of people. No. Let people sing. You can see that. It's emotional.
for the late founding president and father of the nation, President Sam Nujoma, is about to get underway. If you're watching earlier, you may have seen the casket coming into the stadium. It has already taken the place of honor, and the guard of honor is already in place. Kadambire, you saw several important VIPs coming in.
Yes, certainly. And those scenes, very, very, very historical scenes from the Independence Stadium. The crowd here, impromptu, just bursting out in song. And really quite heartwarming for them to do that.
national anthem. Please be seated. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Mbumba, First Lady. Meme Madame Kavango Nujoma, widow, children, grandchildren, and the entire bereaved family. Your Excellency, João Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dabuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Pohamba. His Excellency Mr. Esteban Lazo Hernandez, member of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party and the President of the National Assembly of People's Power and Council of State of Cuba. Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency Mr. Joseph Kabila, former President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency Lieutenant General Dr. Seretse Khama Ian Khama, former President of the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency Comrade Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President and President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, and General Ndaitwah. Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isdom Pango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Right Honorable Dr. Michael Bizwick Usi, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. His Excellency, Mr. Kasim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, back of open trucks and disguising himself to evade detection and arrest by enemy police agents. Founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma went to New York to petition the United Nations about the right of the Namibian people to self-determination. He triumphantly returned to Namibia 29 years later as a conquering hero after successfully leading the struggle to its logical conclusion, the achievement of Namibia's independence. President Nujoma was one of the most lucid and brilliant leaders of the liberation movements in Africa, who instilled in all those around him tremendous confidence in the future. He was motivated by the highest moral and political conviction. Those of us who had the fortune to work under his guidance learned that his courage and his foresight were among the most desirable human virtues. The leadership of founding President Sam Nujoma had made a profound impact on the Namibian people, which meant a lot to our country. But what is most significant is what we, the Namibian people, will do to unfailingly uphold and honor his legacy. Our country has the great fortune that at the time of our national resistance against apartheid, colonial occupation of our country, founding President Nujoma and those of his generation had emerged to summon us to fulfill our national obligation, to organize and galvanize us into a united people to fight for our own liberation. Founding President Sam Nujoma taught us about the virtues and values of unity and solidarity. He served the Namibian people with the greatest and absolute dedication. It was his extraordinary endurance and unsurpassed fortitude which helped us defeat the apartheid regime. President Nujoma believed that a country and its people are not great only by their size, but by the will, the cohesion, the discipline, and the quality of their leaders. Nujoma exemplified those values and those virtues. President Nujoma's natural kindness, his clarity of thought, his sincerity, coupled with humility and the respect of others, were awe-inspiring. He had exceptional wit and a cool personality, especially under the most challenging circumstances. We are all today in Namibia sitting in the umbrella shade because President Nujoma planted the blossoming tree of unity, freedom, and justice. As a disciplinarian, he taught us that freedom without discipline is anarchy. As for our economic development and social progress, I quote Kwame Nkrumah, first president of Ghana, who said, "Those who judge us merely on the scale of our developmental achievement will do well to remember the level at which we started." End of the quote. We should all be grateful to President Nujoma for leaving our country with boundless hopes and endless dreams. May the commanding legacy of founding President Sam Nujoma live forever. I was just being informed that President Lorenzo has now arrived. President Mnangagwa has arrived. And Madam Ana dos Santos, former First Lady of the Republic of Angola, have all arrived. I would like at this moment invite the Reverend Lawrence Raonga Kudachike of the Macedonian Parish to do the devotion.
Good morning. Let us start this memorial service in the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear brothers and sisters, let us pray together. I hope somebody can make these children a little bit quiet. Heavenly Father, here we stand. We cannot do otherwise, for you have called your Son to come back and to rest from all his work that he has done here on earth. But now here we stand, Heavenly Father, mourning and remembering him. We want you to stand with us, to be with us at this moment and the time to come. We invite you, Heavenly Father, in our hearts and mind and soul, as we remember our founding president, a father to many, a friend to many, a person near to the next. Oh Lord, you have called him, and we are standing here remembering and also thinking about what he has done in his person as a president, as a leader of a country that he has brought till this far. Oh Lord, come and be with us now. Amen. Dear brothers and sisters, the Chief Mourner, Your Excellency, President Dr. Nangolo Mbumba and Madam Mbumba, the First Lady, Chikuru, Mama Kovambo, Nujoma, and your children, the entire family, I would like to share with you the Word of God from the Gospel according to St. John, chapter 15, the verse 9 up to 17, and it reads as follows. As the Father has loved me, so have I loved you. Now remain in my love. If you keep my commands, you will remain in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commands and remain in his love. I have told you this so that my joy may be in you and that you and your joy may be complete. My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. You are my friends if you do what I command. I no longer call you servants, because a servant does not know his master's business. Instead, I have called you friends. For everything that I learned from my Father, I have made known to you. You did not choose me, for I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit. Fruit that will last, and so that whatever you ask in my name, in the Father will give you. This is my command: love one another. So far, the word of the Lord. We are gathered here today on this solemn occasion, a day dedicated to give our last respect to a brave man and the first president of our country, the founding father, Tate Sam Daniel Shafiishuna Nujoma, who led the fight for our freedom, a duty he took upon himself to fight for justice and integrity of our nation. Looking at the text that we have just read, Jesus is preparing his disciples for a farewell and telling them who he is really for them. And one particular verse stands out, the verse 13. And I quote, "Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Yes, if we love those with whom we are living, then we will do the unexpected things in life. To lay down, dear brothers and sisters, one's life for a friend is not as easy as we say it, literally in our voices. You are a true friend that will go down no matter what is happening to your friend. You will go down till to death, because the love between you is not just an outward, but it comes from inside out to show the genuinity of love that we now call, sometimes we are in solidarity. We show in kind. And we can name a lot of ways how to show our love towards each other.
But to die for a friend, dear brothers and sisters, is something that comes to a person, and a person who take it up as a personal issue to save and to die for a friend. Yes, indeed, it will come and everyone will enjoy because somebody has died to free a life. And sometimes we forget about all those who have died for the cause of freedom. But today, one is standing out. He has laid down to fight for a free nation and a free person in his own country. We say goodbye to a freedom fighter who went to sacrifice his life for a good cause, to lay down his life for many. I was looking at that word friend, as we have called each other during the struggle, comrade. Comrade, which means a companion, a friend in the cause for which we stand for. A person who is part of the fight for justice and freedom. Yes, that person who stands during a fight, during all this wonderful time and bad time, that is a comrade in freedom. Therefore, dear brothers and sisters, what our founding president has done for his country, he has laid down his life for many today to enjoy this freedom. And that is what our Lord Jesus Christ did. That everyone today is enjoying a free life and never to be called a servant, but a son and daughter of God. Let us on this day remember what has happened in the history of the Republic of Namibia. Somebody had fight, somebody went down, somebody went an extra mile to bring hope, love, and also to stand firm without wavering. I want to come to the conclusion. As we are going to leave this sanctuary today, let us remember this fight was not just a fight. It was a fight to bring something good to every Namibian and also to the neighboring countries, neighboring Namibia. Let's honor their sacrifice by living the lives that they has went through as companion, as comrade who did not waver, who dedicated themselves to a principle to stand firm and fight forward much, backward never. May the Lord God, who give us insight in His word, guide us through these proceedings. Amen. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for what you have read with us. We thank you for every moment that we can hear your word. Now, O Lord, give us this time to mourn and to speak and to remember the founding president of our nation. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much for the devotion. Dear Monas, I would like to request the audience at the pavilion. Can you hear me there? If you can hear me, listen to me. We are not at a picnic here. We are here to pay our last respect to our leader. And if you want to make noise, please leave that pavilion and go away. You have not come here to make noise. Are we together? Can I be heard here? Please prevail over everyone who is starting to make noise. We are here to pay respect. And the befitting farewell we give to our leaders respect. Thank you very much for listening to that. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Tarja Halonen, former President of the Republic of Finland, that is Amidas. I would like to invite the Right Honorable Comrade Nahas Angula to come and to give the life history of President Nujoma, the eulogy. Comrade Nahas.
Thank you, Director of our proceedings this morning. Allow me to stand on the protocol you have just elaborated. Save, allow me to express our shared grief and the sympathy to Her Excellency Madame Kavango Nujoma, the family of Nujoma, the family of Kondombolo, and the families of Mshimba. We share the grief in which you find yourself. Allow me now to present to you the eulogy of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia and the father of the Namibian nation, under the theme, celebrating a revolutionary, honoring an African icon.
We will continue giving you live updates from the Independence Stadium. Right before the break, that was an eulogy by Honorable Nahas Angula, the former Prime Minister. Now, Namibians are continuing to pour in tributes from all over Namibia, and all kinds of Namibians, rather, just not the right way to put it. We do have tribute messages from the future of Namibia, the young children in schools, as they paid their respects and tribute to the legacy of the founding father. Let's take a look.
My name is Christian, a proud learner of PKW Secondary School. And today, my mission is to send a word of condolence to the family and, most importantly, to the Namibian nation. We, as the Namibian nation, have lost one of our founding fathers, and it is of paramount importance that we remember all the things he has done, the legacy that he has left. He has shaped our education and will always be remembered as the Prince and the King of Unity. Today, we are sad Namibia, but I know together we will live and be stronger for our Dr. Sam Nujoma.
My name is Prince Pohamba. In this time of great grief, the PK family sends its condolences to the family of Dr. Samuel Shafiishuna Nujoma, in fact, to the whole nation as a whole, because he was loved by every single one of us. May his soul rest in peace and his legacy continue to live on forever.
It has arisen to its feet. As of today, we are masters of this vast land of our ancestors. The destiny of this country is now fully in our own hands. We should, therefore, look forward to the future with confidence and hope. End of quote. Concluding his speech, President Nujoma moved, in the name, and I quote, in the name of our people, to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. End of quote. 6 months after independence, President Nujoma became one of the first African heads of state to sign and ratify the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child, demonstrating his commitment to the survival, growth, and development of the future generations. On the 1st of March 1994, through the visionary leadership of President Nujoma, South Africa formally transferred the sovereignty of Walvis Bay and the offshore islands to Namibia. Similarly, through President Nujoma's foresightedness, the government of the Republic of Namibia adopted a policy of national reconciliation, amplifying one of SWAPO's popular slogans under the motto, "One Namibia, One Nation." Thus, he successfully united all the Namibians into a peaceful, tolerant, and democratic society governed by the rule of law. President Nujoma stepped down on the 21st of March 2005, handing over the instruments of power to his successor, His Excellency President Hifikepunye Pohamba, in recognition of his dedication as selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building. In 2005, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation through an Act of Parliament, Act 16, of 2005. President Nujoma also served as the leader of the SWAPO party for 47 years and the only commanding chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, SWAPO's military wing. After 47 years at the helm of SWAPO's party, President Nujoma also stepped down as the first president of SWAPO party on the 30th of November 2007, handing over the reins of power to his successor, namely His Excellency, Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba. In recognition of his outstanding work, selfless sacrifices, unwavering commitment, and service to humanity, he was bestowed the title of Leader of the Namibian Revolution by the SWAPO's 4th Congress of 2007. Dear Monas, founding President Nujoma was born on 12th of May, 1929, at a Tunda village in Onsati region, to Tatekuru Daniel Utoni Nujoma and Mekuru Helvi Eenhana Kondoboro. President Nujoma's parents
If you tuned in earlier, we do have live coverage from the Independent Stadium. Earlier we did have the devotion by Reverend Lawrence Ruanga Kudashike from the Macedonia Parish and an eulogy which is currently underway by Nahas Angula, the former Prime Minister. We do want to apologize for the technical difficulties that we are currently experiencing. Our technicians are working hard to make sure that we do have a smooth procession of the live events. And we also have to credit NBC for providing the live footage from the Independence Stadium. We now take a look at some of the tribute messages of condolences from the school learners from across Namibia.
Hi, I'm Nicola Reineke from KPS Katima Private School, and I just want to give my condolences on behalf of my school to the late passing president, our late passing president, and we just want to say how much he meant to our country and everything that he stood for.
Hi, my name is Casey Jacobs, and I'm from Katima Private School. We would just want to offer our condolences to the late founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. our president at Namibia was proud to have as the first president in our country.
Hi, my name is Reese McNally. I am a learner from Kitmanshoop Privaat School, and I would just like to give my condolences to the family of our late president, Sam Nujoma. And we appreciate everything he has done for our country. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Daniel Goos, and I send out my biggest condolences to everyone who is remorsing about our great founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. After all the things he sacrificed for us, fighting and doing so much things to bring our independence, he was really a great figure that brought so much to our country.
Good morning, my name is Monique Pretorius. I'm an LLC of Rundu High School, and I'd just like to extend my condolences and the condolences of the LLC to the whole of Namibia and to the Founding Fathers family. He was such a great figure, and we are proud to have him as our Founding Father. He gave us such an amazing country.
As we reflect on Dr. Sam Nujoma's profound impact on education and the nation as a whole, mourners continue to gather at the stadium to pay their final respects. Let's take you back to the live visuals at the Independence Stadium, courtesy of NBC.
Your certificate through correspondence at the Trans-Africa Correspondence College of South Africa. On 6 May 1956, President Nujoma got married to his dear wife, Madame Kavango Theopoldine Kachimune in Windhoek. They were blessed with many children, namely Utoni Daniel Nujoma, John Deshpanda Nujoma, Nefungo Nujoma, Nelago Nujoma, and Usuta Nujoma. With a deep passion for politics and yearning to see his people free from the restricted pass law system and confined according to ethnic groupings, President Nujoma resigned from the South African Railways in 1957 at the age of 29. He did so with the purpose of devoting his time to politics and follow in the footsteps of Namibia's forefathers and heroes of the anti-colonial wars of resistance, such as Chief Hendrik Witbooi, Chief Jacob Morenga, Chief Samuel Maharero, Chief Kahimemwa Nguvauva, Chief Nehaleja Mpingana, Chief Mandume Antemfao, and Chief Ipumbuya Shilongo, among others. At that time, the idea of Southwest Africa politics was still developing from 1947, when Chief Jose Akutako, the paramount chief of the Ovahero people, was visited by Reverend Michael Scott, who worked as a British clergyman with the Anglican Church in South Africa, and spoke genuinely to the indigenous people as equals. Reverend Michael Scott became the first link of the indigenous people with the outside world and helped to start the long struggle for Southwest African freedom and independence by demanding the end of the South African colonial occupation and placing the then Southwest Africa under the United Nations trust system. Through this, President Nujoma petitioned the United Nations in the late 50s together with Chief Jose Akutako, Samuel Witbooi, Theophilus Antumangela, Andiba Herman Yatoivo, among others. On 19th April 1959, President Nujoma co-founded the President of the People's Organization, marking a new chapter of organized resistance to the persistent township of Katutura, which was based on and January 1970, as well as embassies, especially in India and Iran, with headquarters on the Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. To oppose the same year, President Nujoma mobilized to oppose offices in Algeria, at the invasion of Nujoma in May 1962. Comrade working in Pohamba is the organization of the Namibian Military and the Namibia movement, as well as all on the military front. The Ajaba became a party movement and the Pan-African movement. President Nujoma sought Rome and those in diaspora in order to maintain the white majority of the country. Culminated in the adoption of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 435 of 1978. However, the Reagan administration in the United States tried by all means to prevent the implementation of Resolution 435 and linked the issue of independence of Namibia to the withdrawal of the Cuban internationalized forces from Angola. The war culminated heavy casualties on the enemy forces, forcing the apartheid regime to the negotiation table. Therefore, on 19th of March 1989, the signing of the ceasefire agreement with South Africa took place, which resulted in the implementation of the United Nations Council Resolution 435 in 1989. Throughout his 95 years of life, President Nujoma has accumulated a treasure trove of experiences that he was. His affectionate laughter and smile, his profound wisdom, and his enduring love for those around him served as a beacon of light, inspiring all who crossed his path to live with joy, gratitude, and hearts full of love. A formidable bridge between the 20th and 21st centuries between with age, with numerous orders and awards, standing leadership, courage, and total commitment towards the creation of a non-racial society in Namibia. In addition, President Nujoma was awarded numerous honorary doctorate degrees, 15 in total, as well as 4 honorary citizenships of the cities of Atlanta, San Francisco, New York, the city of East Palo Alto in the United States of America. Similarly, on 24th of April 2009, after his retirement from office, and at the age of 75, President Nujoma obtained his Master of Science degree in geology after 4 years of study and research at the University of Namibia in Windhoek. He did this with the aim to motivate young Namibians to study and become geologists, medical doctors, engineers, marine biologists, agriculturalists, pharmacists, teachers, nurses, etc. President Nujoma is survived by his wife, Madam Theopoldine Kovambo Nujoma, and 3 children, namely Utoni Daniel Nujoma, Nefungo Nujoma, and Yusutwa Nujoma. They were also blessed with 24 grandchildren and 11 grandchildren. President Nujoma is also survived by 3 siblings, namely Tati Hiskia Asino Nujoma, Tati Noah Malima Nujoma, and their last born, Meme Julia Namkua Yambo, as well as many nieces and nephews, including many adopted children. Go well, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Go well, the leader of the Namibian Revolution. May the soul of His Excellency, Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma, rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Of the Republic of Namibia, Nahas Angula, long-time Minister of Higher Education and previously the founding Minister of Education at Independence. He's also the chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, delivering the eulogy as he has done at previous occasions.
Former Prime Minister. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba, our First Lady, Madam Kovambo Nujoma, the widow of our departed founding father, and children, grandchildren, entire bereaved family. Dear mourners, please allow me to rest on the protocol already established by my co-director, Honorable Franz Kapofi. This solemn occasion marks yet another opportunity for Namibia, Africa, and the world to honor, celebrate, and bid farewell to an extraordinary, iconic leader. President Nuyoma's political conscientization, as well as his resolve to fight for freedom and justice, were rooted in what he lived, what he saw, and what he experienced as a young man under the intolerable system of colonialism. Indeed, he gave his all for the freedom of our country. May I now call on his son, Honorable Utoni Nujoma, Minister of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation, to deliver the message on behalf of the family and the children. I think as he's coming, Gilemani could actually play a soft melody.
Director of Proceedings, Dr. Ida Kanji Murangi, and Minister of Defense Franz Kapofi, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Madam Suski Mumba, First Lady, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President and President-elect of the Republic of Namibia, and Lieutenant retired Ndaitwah, Your Excellency, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Penehufifo Pohamba, former First Lady, Madam Monica Gainkos, former First Lady, Right Honorable Dr. Saraku Wangwela Madila, Prime Minister, and Master Madila, Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucas Inimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, Your Lordship, Justice Peter Chibute, Chief Justice, allow me to stand by the protocol as already established by the Directors of Ceremonies. We are gathered here today in a moment of shared sorrow to honor a father whose temperament and unwavering determination has been inspirational to many. Our father left us 15 minutes to midnight on Saturday, 8th February 2025, surrounded by his loving family. I am Utoni Nujoma, the eldest son of our much revered freedom fighter and leader who paved the way towards victory against apartheid. Our father's strength of character reconciled and molded a once divided nation. Thus, we are not only here to mourn the personal loss we feel as a family, but also to pay homage for the profound impact His Excellency Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma had on our nation. His legacy is intricately woven into the fabric of Namibia, serving as proof of his unwavering commitment and persistence during the liberation struggle and the subsequent process of nation building. Our father was more than just a leader. He was a visionary who who dared to dream of a free Namibia with unyielding courage. He dedicated his life to transforming that dream into reality. Today we mourn and celebrate the extraordinary life of His Excellency Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma, one characterized by relentless service, selflessness, and a profound love for his people, his country, and the entire continent of Africa. He was a staunch believer in Pan-Africanism. Even today, Namibians are united in singing the AU anthem alongside our national anthem, with the AU flag profoundly hoisted besides our own, a testament to his initiative in fostering the spirit of Pan-Africanism as the founding president of SWAPO and the architect of our nation's independence. He embodied the very essence of patriotism. His indomitable spirit resides internally in our hearts, and his teachings will continue to guide us as we navigate the path he so courageously paved. Our father was a loving husband to his dear wife, our mother, Madam Theopolitine Kavango Nujoma, founding First Lady, and a caring father to my siblings and I, as well as a reliable and protective head of the family who devoted his life to the entire Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba family. Our father was constantly harassed by the apartheid colonialists, yet his belief in justice was never shaken. He had a choice either to live with his family or fight for the entire nation. Thus, destiny compelled him to follow a path of his calling, mindful that the well-being of his family was equally tied to national destiny. Our father's love and generosity were evident in every aspect of his life. When reflecting on how we remember him, we see a man who cares for the well-being of his family and the citizens of Namibia above his own comforts. Though I was merely 8-year-old boy when he went into exile, I now understand the sacrifices he made, not only to provide us, but to ensure that the future generations of our country could experience the freedom and peace he so relentlessly fought for and brought about. In this regard, sometimes from my family perspective, it was very hard for us. As I remember very well, when I was a young child in 1959, when my father left Windhoek and traveled clandestinely throughout the country to open OPPO branches all over the country. Upon his arrival in many places, even before he got off the train that he used to travel on, the police were already looking for him because they had noticed that he was not at home in Windhoek, and so they had to send telegrams to all the railway stations throughout the then Southwest Africa to arrest him. But he had always found strategies to evade the tactics of the oppressive regime. On other occasions, our family were frequently harassed by the apartheid colonial forces, by people such as the notorious Captain Blow and Native Commissioner Brewer Bignout. And our father faced constant arrest and fines for traveling without a pass. For any human being, family separation is the hardest thing to get used to, especially when the circumstances are difficult. It was not easy for us to have a father by our side. But as we grew up, we understood why he had gone into exile, and we were all decided to join him and other comrades in the struggle for independence. Against this background of constant harassment and arrest and having to pay bail every time, in the morning of the 29th of February 1960, our father jumped bail and was driven from Windhoek, odd location, to Gobabes by Johannes Karwaihe, who was going to Ochinene and Pukiro. And he went into exile on the 1st of March 1960. My father's courage and unwavering spirit in the quest for a better life for his people were exemplified when he accepted the noble mission entrusted on him by Chief Hosea Kutako to present Namibia cause to the international community. When my father realized that by petitioning the United Nations was not going to bring about genuine independence, he and his comrades forged a three-pronged path of political mass mobilization at home, international campaign, and a last resort to the armed liberation struggle. My father spent his life in exile solely dedicated to the liberation of Namibia. When the International Court of Justice, ICJ, made a ruling in 1966 on the case brought by Liberia and Ethiopia seeking action against apartheid South Africa for failure to fulfill its obligation under the UN trusteeship system in respect of Southwest Africa, now Namibia, my father and his comrades made a declaration to the world that they were prepared to cross many rivers of blood on their march to freedom and independence. They assumed the responsibility to be their own liberators. With the first guns in Swapo, my father was given by Algeria. They engaged the South African apartheid troops at Umgulu Mbashe on 26 August 1966. Joining our father in exile in 1974, together with my siblings, John and Saki Nujoma, mark a crucial chapter in our lives. For my father and my two younger brothers, as I said earlier, John Deshipanda and Zaki Nujoma, who were with me, training as plant fighters and being deployed to the battlefront to engage the enemy, not only instilled in us the values of courage and responsibility, but also solidified our bond with our father. He wanted us to fight just like other Namibians. His younger brother, Tate Elia Nujoma, known by the name de Guerre Ganyeka, sacrificed in combat, fighting the enemy. Thus, there were no special treatment for his children or his siblings. My relationship with my father was unique, characterized by the dynamics of commander and a soldier. Yet it was filled with affection as he guided us without making an exception. After all, we were called to fight and to bring about our country's freedom and independence. In 1978, our revered and beloved father, whose nurturing strength and unwavering commitment to the liberation of Namibia inspired countless souls, bravely crossed the border into Botswana, accompanied by our younger sister, Usuta Mbili Nujoma, and several nieces and nephews, and embarked on this perilous journey with determination and heart full of hope. Also among those who accompanied my mother where our current First Lady, Madam Siski Bumba, and her daughter Ipure, a testament to the enduring bonds of leadership and compassion that have emerged during our struggle for freedom. My mother and sister Usuta, having joined the liberation struggle, it marked a profound reunion of our family in exile, a testament to our unwavering commitment to the total liberation of Namibia. The waging of the armed liberation struggle has been intensified until the defeat of the apartheid army at the Battle of Cuito-Cuanavale by the combined Fabla-Cuban international forces and plant combatants. This paved the way for the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 435 in 1978, leading to the independence of Namibia. Having achieved independence of Namibia, my father embarked upon the task of nation building. He championed the policy of national reconciliation and unity of our people who were fragmented under the apartheid system. Even as he was carrying out the affairs of a state, he always spent quality time with family. To him, Namibia was a big family. My father had a compassion for children reflected in his passion for education. He believed that education should be accessible to all children so that they could discover their full potential as they grew up, to enable them to contribute meaningfully to the development of Namibia. Our father's compassion extended beyond our family, witnessing the lack of educational facilities for the children of farm workers around the Tavi. He took it upon himself to create change, using his own resources and rallying the community for support. He initiated the construction of a primary school and a clinic. The completion of the clinic, which is now under the care of the Ministry of Health and Social Services, stands as a testament to his commitment to uplifting the lives of others. The school project is still on an ongoing progress, represent his enduring legacy and challenge to us, the living, to follow in his footsteps. As we remember him, let us honor his values of selflessness, community service. My father's journey is woven into the very fabric of our nation history, and we will ensure that his vision for a brighter future continues through the projects he initiated. His memory will live on through our actions and steps we take to carry forward his legacy of love, commitment, and generosity to inspire the succeeding generations. The values he imparted on us, resilience, unity, and the unwavering pursuit of justice, will remain our guiding light. We are grateful for the moments we shared as a family, for his laughter, wisdom, and stories that will live on in our memories. To the nation he fought for, he was a beacon of hope and strength. As we mourn his passing, we also rejoice in the proud legacy that he leaves behind. Our father was a man of big dreams. He always lamented the lack of water and the dryness of Namibia. Even envisioned the tapping of water from the mouth of the Congo River to Namibia, as well as electricity from the Inga Dam, thereby ensuring water and energy security in Namibia. In addition, he proposed the desalination of seawater as well as harvesting rain water as an alternative solution to Namibia's water shortage. I recall on many conversations I had with him, he was always talking of desalinization. We have a sea that stretches from all over. Let's use the water from the sea to make sure that Namibia gets enough water for our irrigation and other purposes. Our father had a strong conviction that with abundance of water, Namibia could achieve self-sufficiency in food production. He believed that prioritizing sustainable agriculture will not only help feed the nation, but also pave the way for the country's self-sufficiency, enhance food security, and significantly to economic growth. Our father's dedication to national duty never overshadowed his role as a loving grandfather. He fostered a deep connection with his grandchildren, imparting in them a sense of duty and responsibility to the community and the importance of contributing to the greater cause. Truly, a grandchild is more than a child in the eyes of grandparents. On the hospital bed, our father remained resilient. At first, it was indeed encouraging to witness his gradual improvement. Our hope for his recovery blossomed. We were inspired by his spirit and determination, despite the pain and discomfort he endured. However, in the end, all efforts to keep him alive slowly faded. As he took his last breath, our hearts were filled with sadness and grief, but we could do nothing but console ourselves with immense pride and gratitude that we had him as a father, a man who left a life full of meaning and purpose. Indeed, the void he left is immense, the grief is deep, and we are devastated. However, comforted by the knowledge and pride that he has left an indelible legacy, we deeply appreciate the outpouring sympathy and the heartfelt condolences from our President, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Bumba, and First Lady, the Namibian nation at large, other heads of state and government, eminent personalities and friends around the world. Our father was a pillar of strength and a fountain of wisdom in the family. As much as we would have liked to have him with us all the time, we now fully understand that it was time for him to join his ancestors and other freedom-inspired luminaries. We are fully confident that his rest with other great freedom fighters who preceded him, such as Kwame Nkrumah, Gamal Abdel Nasser, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Ahmed Ben Bella, Modibo Keita, Jomo Kenyatta, Haile Selassie, Kenneth Kaunda, Amilcar Cabral, Antonio Agustino Neto, Samora Machel, Nelson Mandela, and Oliver Tambo, Robert Mugabe, Seretse Khama, and many other African founding fathers and other revolutionaries like Comandante Fidel Castro Ruz. The sorrow we feel is particularly heavy for our beloved mother, Madam Pauline Kovambo Nujoma, the founding First Lady, who has lost her partner and confidant. The emotional weight on this loss extends to my siblings, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and the extended Nujoma, Kondobola, and Mushimba families. We were all united in mourning the man who was not only a father and a grandfather, but also a leader whose influence reached far beyond our family. In face of our grief, let us unite in honoring our father's memory, ensure that his vision for a united, peaceful, and prosperous Namibia endures for generations to come. As we prepare to lay our father to rest, I undertake the solemn responsibility of caring for my grieving mother during this incredible challenging time. It falls upon me to guide my siblings and support his grandchildren and great-grandchildren in preserving the legacy of a remarkable father whose ideals we aim to uphold. Together we cherish his memory and ensure that the values he instilled in us continue to strive within our family. Our family will maintain unity of purpose and action in line with our father's words of wisdom when you used to say, a people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious. During this moment of sorrow, I humbly ask for your thoughts and prayers to be our pillar of strength to lean on. As we navigate this uncharted territory of his life without a father, let us find solace in each other and hold tight to the love and wisdom he imparted on us. We will continue to honor his legacy with every step we take, ensuring that his spirit remains alive in our hearts and action. We are grateful to the grieving nation for sharing in our sorrow and for your continued support and love during this time of sorrow. Our Father, love and generosity were evident in every aspect of his life. When reflecting on how we remember him, we see a man who cared for the well-being of his family and citizens of Namibia. Our father is survived by our mother, Madam Toivo Nujoma, founding First Lady, myself and my siblings, Nefungo Zaki Nujoma Usuta Imbili Nujoma, and the adopted children, as well as 24 grandchildren and 11 great-grandchildren. He is also survived by 3 siblings, Tate Iskia Asino Nujoma, Tate Noah Mweatila Malima Nujoma, and their last born Meme Julia Namkua Iambo, as well as many nieces and nephews from the entire Nujoma and Kondovolo families. To my mother, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for the love and care you have provided to my father until his last day. We pray that God grants you the strength and courage to bear this unparalleled loss, to accept our father's permanent absence as you navigate the dark cloud that has befallen you. In moments when you feel lost in this storm of grief, may you find comfort in knowing that death is in a better place now, in the company of his ancestors and other revolutionaries. I fully agree that heroes and commanders do not die, as their spirits live on among us. On behalf of my mother, my siblings, my grandchildren, our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, the entire Nujoma Kondobolo families, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to convey our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and the government of the Republic of Namibia for honoring our father with a state funeral and according him a hero status. We further express our gratitude to all our heads of state and government who are present here, and all other dignitaries present here today. Your presence is highly appreciated. We equally express our profound gratitude to all the countries that accommodated and hosted our father for many years in exile, together with his comrades, as well as those countries that provided material, moral, and diplomatic support, which enabled my father and his comrades to successfully carry out the liberation struggle to its logical conclusion. Today, Namibia is forever free. We wish to thank the medical personnel who have been caring for our father during his last days. We also extend special thanks to all those who protected him during his days in exile, when he returned back home and upon assuming the role of head of state, as well as in his retirement until his passing on. Our gratitude also goes to the household staff who equally cared for him. Last words to my father. Dear father, you will be dearly missed, but your spirit will forever inspire us and future generations to come. We are grateful to have had you, to have a father like you, and we thank you for your love, your service, and your unwavering dedication to the cause of freedom in our country, and the oppressed people the world over. Rest in peace, our father, our grandfather, our great-grandfather, and father of the Namibian nation. May your soul rest in eternal peace till we meet again, and I thank you sincerely.
The eldest son of the founding president, late President Sam Nujoma, Utoni Nujoma, was giving the message on behalf of his family. Kadamire, who are the pallbearers? Can you take us quickly through the pallbearers?
So we have 6 pallbearers, including Chief Herman Ipumbu, Chief Johannes Mupiwa, Honorable Pendukini Vlaitana, Honorable Laura McLeod Kashiwa, Major General retired Charles Namolo, and Lieutenant General retired Martin Charlie. It's important that we acknowledge reserve pallbearers because they include Honorable Dr. Lipetina Madela, and we saw her earlier, and Comrade Kanana Ishono, as we know, a stalwart of the liberation struggle as well, and former Swobo Party Elders Council Secretary.
Yes, indeed, that's right. We also have the late President's ADC, who was his ADC in exile and continued that role after independence for many years, Colonel Nepando. So he is also one of the reserve pallbearers.
In particular, he was also interviewed a couple of times in the mainstream media, relating that he was a teacher, apparently, and then somehow he was called into this particular role, and serving alongside the president for so many, many years, and being a guardian and safeguarding the president's life during that time.
Actually, something that Utoni mentioned, Utoni Nujoma, said that his father was a Pan-Africanist. And I think this can also be seen in the fact that the president decreed that the AU anthem should be played alongside the Namibian national anthem at any and every occasion where the national anthem was played. And in fact, I think it's one of the few countries, Namibia is one of the few African countries that play both the AU anthem and their national anthem.
And obviously, that is successive governments since then have always welcomed Africans with open arms. We know that there were some visa measures that were opened up for Africans to visit the country. That speaks to the fact that Namibia, or Namibians, consider themselves to be Africans first and foremost. And the representation of other African heads of state and government on this particular occasion is testament to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick word of the pallbearers. Actually, they will not be carrying the casket in the conventional sense. They are largely ceremonial because the pallbearers will actually be members of the Namibian Defense Force, and these civilian pallbearers are symbolic of the people who were his comrades in arms, people that he worked with in government, and people who played a significant role in both his political work before independence and after independence.
And whoever had to make that choice between so many of those illustrious freedom fighters, they had their work cut out, because I'm sure there were so many luminaries that could have featured as pallbearers, but they just needed 6.
Absolutely, no, there must have been a lot of volunteers, a lot of people that would obviously have loved to do the honors of being the pallbearers. Right now, I think what we have on the program is the Namibia Defense Force, and what will follow after that, Andy?
Shortly thereafter, we'll have more tributes. We're going to be hearing now from the leader of the official opposition, Honorable McKinley Venani. And in 2-3 weeks' time, as we know, he will be an outgoing leader of the official opposition. And then we'll then hear from the Vice President of the Republic and President-elect and Vice President of the SWAPO Party, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. And thereafter we'll hear from Dr. Pohamba, our former president. So those are the three main speeches. And then we are likely to hear from heads of state and government, the ones that are present today.
Yes. Indeed, I think it is fitting that President Pohamba speak on this occasion. He, out of everyone that is present here, he has been the longest serving comrade in arms of the late president. They come back from the 1960s, and I think all that generation. Down in tears when he viewed the body of his deceased comrade. That's how close they were.
And there was just a gap of about 6 years. I mean, the late president was 95 and our former president about 89 years old, but he considers the former president, the founding president, to be an elder brother. And really, by intents and purposes, there was a brotherly relationship between the two.
Yes, absolutely. Now let's see what's happening. I think we are now going to have, as you said earlier, Venani. Yeah, so let's cross over.
Again, Limani, as our speakers are coming to 10 days of resistance, we help play the song of the melody as they are coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, President of our Republic, President Nangolo Mbumba, who stood very heroically behind the remains of our founding president. And I believe when you were standing on all our behalf. Vice President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President-elect, Madam Kavango Nujoma, a life partner of our dear departed leader, very unassuming, but very present during the many days of his life. The children, Utoni Nujoma and the siblings, Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments, former heads of states and governments, our dear, revered second president, Hifikepunye Pohamba, and Madam Pohamba, esteemed government leaders headed by the Prime Minister of our Republic, Dr. Sarah Kokongelo Amadila and Tate Amadila, service chiefs, luminaries of our great society present, their excellencies, ambassadors and plenipotentiaries of states, our Speaker of the National Assembly, Professor Kashavivi, and I stand by the protocol. Death in its nature makes men that talks go silent. For a few weeks, my inner soul went silent, remembering this estimable political leader that traversed our nation and country. For the past 2 weeks, our nation has been cloaked in sorrow, yet lifted by an outpouring love and appreciation, reverence, as a testament not only to the man he was, but to the spirit he embodied. From every corner of our country, from the continent of Africa, from across the globe, voices have risen in grief, in gratitude, and in remembrance of a leader who was more than a statesman. As I went into silence, I was listening to many men that knew him, to listen to what they would say about this great son of our country. But one thing that I have felt that is amiss, it's the fire and fury of President Sam Nujoma on the political theater. Sam Nujoma was not only a leader, but was a force, a master tactician on the political theater. I was listening to many men and women narrating the story of President Sam Nujoma. It was in this stadium, before independence, that he packed this stadium and for the first time introduced the word national reconciliation before independence, that many of our teachers back at school had to go into dictionary to look for the word reconciliation. It was on the 21st of March here that he declared this country forever independent. And that is Sam Nujoma, the politician, I am remembering. I am remembering a leader who was fire and fury. None of you have spoken about how Sam Nujoma would do a cabinet reshuffle. Early in the morning, 7 o'clock, the news would start reporting, da-da-da-da, so-and-so fired. Da-da-da-da, so-and-so replaced. Sam Nujoma was a man we feared in the opposition ranks, and the man we came to respect. I remember very fondly when he would come and address Parliament at the State of the Nation address. Nujoma was not a man to play with. When he whacked his finger, you knew where you stood with him on key political questions. Even in his departure, his presence remains, etched into the fabric of this nation, carried in the hearts of those he fought for, and woven into the heart of the struggle of Africa and triumph. He was a man who did not merely dream of freedom. He bled for it, he sacrificed for it, and he delivered it. His name will never fade, for history does not forget those who shape it with their own hands. We shall remember him not with despair, but with the same unyielding spirit which he carried, and although the great baobab has fallen, its root runs deep, and its seeds will sprout again. Today we mourn you, son of our soil, but tomorrow we shall march forward, just as he would have wanted us, just as he has taught our country to do. The story of Sam Nujoma is very moving and compelling, a narrative forged by sacrifice and perseverance. He was a key leader to ignite the flame of independence in our country, and a country that had only known oppression and exploitation. It goes without saying that the resilience was a key demonstration through Dr. Nujoma's life. His path was one of resistance to to colonialism and apartheid, starting when he left Namibia and coming back in freeing this country. His unrelenting support for Namibian independence was profoundly emotional. Everywhere in the world, when you are meeting foreign dignitaries, heads of states and governments, the first question that people would ask you is, Sam Nujoma alive? Is he well? Nujoma became more popular in the world than the country Namibia. Sam Nujoma did not just lead us to freedom, he was also a breathing breath of resistance. As president, his leadership was rooted in unity and justice for all. He would often speak of the weight of responsibility and the sacrifices required for Namibia's freedom, knowing that his struggle was not just a political one, but a personal and collective fight for justice. He understood that true freedom wasn't something that could solely be won on the battlefield. It had to be nurtured with love, understanding, and shared will and desire for his people. He might have been a towering figure, but he was also a man with extraordinary empathy who was moved by injustices and would not sit idly by. He led with humility and selflessness. Wole Soyinka, a known Nigerian author, once stated, "The man dies, but the spirit endures," quote unquote. Dr. Nujoma's most certainly was a man who lived up to the testament. In fact, even though he is no longer with us, his spirit shall endure. Through the country that he thought no longer with us, through the country that he helped to build, the vision he gave every Namibian and every heart that keeps fighting for freedom, justice, and peace. Today we must ask ourselves, as the people of Africa, Nujoma and many other luminaries fought for our freedom. What are we fighting for as Africans today? Why are we quiet when our neighbors are being bullied by foreign powers over decisions they make in their own country? Why are we quiet when our minerals are being exploited? The Congo is at war and many other parts of Africa. What are we going to fight? To take from him, we must become and multiply as fighters to start fighting for a new Africa that brings socio-economic upliftment for its citizens. He has done his part. It is our time to become the multipliers of his legacy. President Sam Nujoma once took us, and I shall never forget this personal moment, he once took us to the railway line. He was busy mobilizing the whole country to build a railway line, and he wanted members of parliament to go and work voluntarily on the railway line. Of course, as the opposition, we were mourning, who's going to pay us and what. Long story short, we go up to the northern part of the country and we started for 2 days working on the railway line. And then he came at lunch to come and see us as a courtesy to the Speaker Chitindero then. And as Chief Whip of the opposition, I was there together with other prominent leaders of the ruling party and other political parties. And he comes to us and he says, "It's very good that the politicians of this country are working for free." And I made a joke to him. And I said, "Mr. President, you were a railway employee and you took the Boers bicycles with. At least you are repaying them now by doing the railway work. Why are we working for free?" And he went into laughter. And it was not very easy to get Nujoma into laughter. And he went into laughter and he said, "Young man, you must be a Pan-Africanist, work for your country. One day your country would reward you." So in that he brought a lesson to many of us to be selfless, to work for the people, and to fight for better causes in the world. He was a great petitioner. When you had my last meeting with him, talking about a plethora of issues, and he started lobbying me and he said, "Comrade," and I was shocked, "you are a very strong voice in Parliament. And we have a problem with this desalination of water. I want you to bring a motion to Parliament about desalination. Our country is very dry." On his order, I brought that motion to Parliament. Sam Nujoma was on the other side of the divide from us. I became Secretary General of our party, while Dr. Pohamba was Secretary General of SWAPO. And Sam Nujoma disorganized us on the political theater. During election campaign, even in our stronghold, don't let him address a rally the last. The election would go the other way. Dr. Pohamba, Dr. Nahas Angula, you are all here. These 2 years, this country is in grief, and February has just become a bad month for this country. I want to instruct you, all of you that are older than 80, please, don't go now. Don't go now, and I don't want to hear another February next year someone is here. I've already told President Pohamba that he must now behave and wait a bit. In conclusion, I want to say to this great man. In 2005, when the ruling party brought a motion in Parliament, a bill to confer founding fathership to the President, Sam Nujoma, that we are mourning today, there was a furore in the opposition benches. Why Nujoma? Why this bill? Da 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 da. Nearly 20 years ago, I stood up and said the following: never deny a man his due recognition just because he is on the opposite divide. That day, we all agreed that we must confer. The opposition wanted to walk out, and I said, no. Let's confer and give to Caesar what is owed to Caesar. Our Prime Minister was Nahas Angula during that time. Sam Nujoma was a man we saw, and we respected. He had no equal in our political theater. He was the dawn of the Namibian politics. Experience, historical encyclopedia. And as we are narrating the history of Sam Nujoma, Mitiri, Nahas Angula, and many others, we must start correcting our history so that it stands for posterity. There are two matters that I want to add to that great history as a student of history. Johannes Karwaihe did not give a lift to Sam Nujoma to go to Kobabes as a mere lift. It was a design act by the Chief's Council intelligence body called Odohode that instructed him to take President Sam Nujoma to Kobabes, to hand him over to Bishop Asaria Kamburona, to hand him over to Ludwig Stanley. All these acts were designed. They were not just mere acts of coincidence. Chief Hosea Kutako was in Aminus. Kapuo was a de facto acting chief in the 1960s. And he instructed Karaihe because of two factors. Karaihe was a well-to-do man and a member of the Hode in the knitting group, in the key group of the Chiefs Council. 3 men were identified to take President Sam Nujoma, the father of our former ambassador, Aaron Kapere, and many others. And Kapuo said, only Karaihe is affluent enough in stature, as a business person. He's affluent enough to repel whites when they ask him where he's going. The rest of you, when you are traveling, you would be known, because blacks did not have money to travel to Kobabes on a daily basis up and down. And that is how that history went. It was a design act of the Chiefs Council. Lastly, Council and leader of the ANC, Oliver Tambo, played a significant role in the Old Occasion rebellion. President Sam Nujoma, Ngavirwe, and many others went and sought legal counsel and brought Oliver Tambo to Namibia at the Eros airport where he landed. And the whites were infuriated that the blacks in Namibia not only opposes relocation, they dare to bring a South African activist of the prominence of Oliver Tambo to Namibia to start representing themselves. And that's why Nujoma became a key enemy to the South African regime. That is also a part of history that we must weave in the greater history of President Sam Nujoma. I want to end with the following. Even if we stood on the other side of the aisle, watching you was a learning experience. To learn from you, because in this country, Nujoma, besides Andimba Toivo, Kapuo before his time, had no equal. There was no politician in the country that you could compare with Nujoma. Ask him about Haile Selassie. He would narrate Haile Selassie as in a book. Ask him about Idi Amin. The last time I met him, I was asking about the 1972 conference in Uganda. And he was narrating the weaknesses and the strength of Idi Amin about our struggle. He was a man who stood for our country. He was a leader who has given all to the people of this country. Namibia, let's stand at attention. Osiaku Tako said the following: at the repatriation of the remains of Samuel Maharero, when many Namibians, Hereros, never believed that Samuel Maharero could be buried in Botswana and be reburied in Namibia. And I want to send him off with this famous quote of his mentor, Chief Osiaku Tako, when he said, Samuel Maharero, he has come, he is going, the sun. I want to paraphrase it to say, Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma, he has come, he is going, the sun. Rest softly unto the bosom of your Creator until the last day of resurrection. On behalf of the Popular Democratic Movement, my dear wife Claudina, and indeed on my own behalf, we convey our deepest condolences to the falling of this great giant of our republic. Fondest of memories, founding president.
It has been said over and over again that President Nujoma traversed borders, countries, and continents with a compelling and irresistible Namibian narrative, a narrative that would one day engender the independence, sovereignty of his motherland. Today, as we pay our last respects to him, Namibia stands at the verge of making history. We have to thank his ingenuity and wisdom for crafting and advocating for gender equality in the SWAPO party. It is now your turn, Your Excellency, Vice President of our Republic, Vice President of SWAPO party, and our President-elect, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah. The floor is yours.
As Isaac Newton once said, I mean, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and she will be able to say just that because she's really taking over from this illustrious generation of freedom fighters. Herself in her own right, also an activist, also a freedom fighter who represented the SWAPO party in many countries on the African continent, including Tanzania and Zambia, where she was based at some point, representing the movement in those countries. So she's also part of that cohort of freedom fighters.
Absolutely.
Thank you, directors
of our proceedings. The widow, Mekulu Kavango Nujoma, and our founding First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Utoni Nujoma, the children and the entire Nujoma, Kondombolo, and the Mushimba family, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba, our First Lady, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Ifike Punye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia, Right Honorable Prime Minister, who is also a member of the Political Bureau and the Central Committee of SWAPO Party, Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of our National Assembly, I sincerely request that I stand on the protocol established while recognizing the Secretary General of SWAPO Party, Comrade Nahango Sophia Shaningwa, and my son, Mark Henry Venani, the leader of the official opposition. Shortly before midnight, on the 8th February 2025, His Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, in a solemn and sober voice, announced to the Namibian nation and the world that our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, founding president of SWAPO Party, and the leader of the Namibian Revolution, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, has passed on. His departure into eternity represents a very sad and profoundly distressing moment of grief of Mekulu Kavango Nujoma, the entire Nujoma family, and all Namibian people and people all over the world who knew him. Comrade President Sam Nujoma belonged to the greatest contemporary generation of brave Namibian compatriots, the likes of David Meroro, Hendrik Wetboy, Anjiba Toivo ya Toivo, Nathaniel Makhwilili, Kakumba Kandola, Mzee Simon Kaukungwa, Isaac Shome, and Braden Shimbayo, among others, who are the outstanding heroes and the heroines of the struggle for the liberation of Namibia from the yoke of apartheid colonialism. As we mourn the passing of our founding president, we should ask ourselves some critically important questions, including what we must do to continue consolidating our party's unity, strengthening our constitutional democracy, constantly renew and rededicate our commitments to the well-being and the prosperity of the Namibian people. It is an undisputable fact that the passing of our founding president has bestowed on us a huge political and moral obligation to continue to hold high the banner of our party's unity, national unity, and cohesion. We face a daunting task of ensuring that the ideals of freedom, solidarity, and justice are kept alive. We must remain faithful to those ideals. We must not betray what Comrade the founding president, Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma, and those of his generations who had departed before him had achieved. Let us relentlessly defend our freedom and independence and ensure prosperity in Namibia. During our liberation struggle, under the leadership of founding president, SWAPO formulated and implemented an interlocking and mutual reinforcing three-pronged strategies, namely mass political mobilization at home, coordinated the diplomatic campaign abroad, and the intensification of the armed struggle. All the three were implemented concurrently, and today we are a free country. As a nation, we must develop clear strategies to bring about economic independence, as that is what former President Sam Nujoma stood for. And that is the only and the best way we can remember him. Since the passing of the founding president, we have received and had rich tributes paid in honor of his memory from world leaders and from regular Namibian citizens whose lives were touched by him. Their description of President Nujoma as a person was an unmatched national leader, an African statesman, and an outstanding international personality. Comrade Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma was indeed a man with a natural sense of authority, always modest, with a disarming, unresistible, and infectious laugh. However, behind it is a strong person, a person with strong character who is decisive, and that is why it was possible for him to successfully lead the liberation struggle, particularly when the situation called for tough decisions. He was, without doubt, one of the leaders whose high ideals and moral integrities inspired thousands of people in Namibia and the globe. During this time of mourning, one of the Namibian citizens sent me a message saying I'm invited for an interview at NBC, and it has been rumored that it's you who moved a motion, referring to Netumbo, for our first president to be conferred with the honor of being father of the Namibian nation. Of course, I saw the message after the interview was done. However, that is a fact. And as one of my mentors is Mwalimu Nyerere, having grown up politically in Tanzania and having observed the two leaders, Mwalimu and Sam Nujoma, I'm seeing twins between these two people. And as in Tanzania, we call Mwalimu Baba ya Taifa. I then moved, and I was so happy when the proposal was taken. Today, truly, he's our founding president, and truly, he's the father of the Namibian nation. Director of ceremonies, I wish to thank all the leaders and members of the SWAPO party, the entire Namibian nation, the fraternal sister parties from all over the world for their messages of solidarity and support extended to SWAPO party on the said occasion of the passing of our party's founding president, Comrade Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. President Sam Nujoma did not work alone. He was assisted by capable and loyal comrades. However, President Nujoma had no peer. He was a leader who single-mindedly devoted his whole life to the service of his country and people. He was a tireless defender of the just cause and an advocate of the liberation of Namibia. I can say without fear or contradictions that President Nujoma was one of the founders of modern Africa. He was a true firm believer in African unity. As mentioned in his eulogy, he was present at the founding summit of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on the 25th May, 1963, alongside with other prominent leaders of the liberation struggle in Africa. These include Agostinho Neto of MPLA in Angola, Oliver Tambo of ANC in South Africa, Edward Mondelane of Frelimo in Mozambique, and Amiga Cabral of PIGC of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. At the founding summit of the AU in 1963, President Nujoma networked with leading African leaders, among them Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, Mwalimu Nyerere, first president of United Republic of Tanzania, Abdel Nasser, president of Egypt, Bembela, first president of Algeria, Hamed Sékou Touré, president of Guinea, and many others. Therefore, his departure, as you might have noted, all those who were there in 1963 are no more. Therefore, his departure signals an end of an era of founding fathers of Africa, as he was the only living leader who was present at the formation of the Organization of African Unity, the forerunner of the African Union. And this is a responsibility left to us, the current generation, to ensure that we do not betray what they stood for. President Nujoma was also present at the first summit of Non-Aligned Movement in Yugoslavia in 1961. And we all understand why it was necessary for the non-aligned movement to be formed, as the North and the South were not on the same developmental length, but there is also a need, because of the Cold War, to make sure that the South could survive between the warring big powers in the world. It was at that summit where he interacted with giants such as Jawaharlal Nehru, Prime Minister of India, and Boutros Tito, President of Yugoslavia, among others. Under President Nuyoma's steadfast leadership, SWAPO developed and grew into a political and diplomatic force recognized by the United Nations General Assembly in 1973 as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. President Nujoma became the first leader of liberation movements to be invited in 1971 to address the United Nations Security Council in New York. President Nujoma was involved in the conception and establishment of the frontline states bordering minority rule countries in Southern Africa, led by Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the President of Tanzania. The frontline state comprised of Dr. Agostinho Neto of Angola, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Seretse Khama of Botswana, Samora Machel of Mozambique, Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe. And in the process, Nigeria joined. And this formation was then known as the Frontline States and Nigeria. The Frontline States and Nigeria, in close consultation with the leaders of the liberation movement, formulated the political and diplomatic strategies in the struggle against the forces of oppression and the intensification of the armed struggle to bring about freedom, peace, and independence in the whole of Africa. Founding presidents also attended the founding summit of the Southern Africa Development Coordination Conference, which was later transformed into the Southern Africa Development Community at the summit which took place in Windhoek, which he presided over. And having served as the SWAPO chief representative in Dar es Salaam, where the AU Liberation Committee was, and where the initiator of the front line, President Mwalimu Nyerere, continued to lead the work or guide the work of the frontline states, I can see or say with confidence how much the frontline states in Nigeria has contributed to the liberation of Southern Africa. During the most difficult days of the struggle, President Nujoma inspired and gave us hope to the Namibian freedom fighters at home and in exile to fight with vigor and determination until victory. He mobilized our national will, spirit, and human resources for the total liberation of Namibia and the African continent from the shackles of apartheid oppression. He consistently supported the Palestine and the Sahrawi people, respectively, in their legitimate struggle for self-determination and independence, a cause we as Namibia must continue to support. As president of SWAPO, he mobilized political and diplomatic support for SWAPO across Africa and around the world. And he facilitated the opening of SWAPO representative offices in many world capitals, like Cairo, Dar es Salaam, Lusaka, Luanda, Lagos, Dakar, Algiers, Brazzaville, Addis Ababa, Lagos, Paris, Stockholm, Belgrade, Bucharest, Moscow, Tehran, New Delhi, Havana, and Harare, as well as at the UN headquarters in New York. Therefore, when you see us opening diplomatic missions, we know the importance of international relations and how it can help also in our developmental agenda. Outside Africa, among others, President Nujoma forged an unbreakable bond with Commander-in-Chief and President of Cuba, Fidel Castro, and the fraternal people of Cuba. They had shared commitment to the anti-imperialist struggle and common desire of international peace and freedom for all the oppressed people of the world. Consequently, Cuban internationalist forces fought side by side with the Angolan armed forces, the combatants of plan against apartheid South Africa, acts of aggression and invasion of the sovereign Republic of Angola. From the launch of the armed struggle on the 26th August 1963 at Nkulumbashi, to the signing of the ceasefire agreement with Rice's South Africa under the auspices of the United Nations Secretary General in 1989, SWAPO and its military wing has recorded many brilliant political, diplomatic, and military victories. And thank you to the leadership of Comrade Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. Such victories culminated in the humiliating defeat inflicted on the South African invading forces at the historic joint operation, which was already mentioned also in the Eulogy, that is the Battle of Puerto Carnaval. And this is why, as we stand today, the SADC member states have declared the 23rd March as the Liberation Day in our continent, that has to be remembered and to be celebrated by all SADC member states. Director of Ceremony, as in any war, we suffer the setbacks. Among them, the betrayal and the death in action of the first commander of SWALA, the forerunner to plan, Como Tobias Hanyeko, in 1967. And of course, in the horrific car accident that killed our then Secretary of Defense, Como Peter Nanyemba, and the disappearance of Comrade Belden Simbweo. And all this were followed by the massacre of Kasinga on the 4th of May, 1978. And of course, there are many other atrocities committed by the apartheid regime against our people. However, after each setback, SWAPO party, under the leadership of Comrade Sam Nujoma, we always rebound with even greater vigor and sharp strategist vision to effectively prosecute the liberation struggle to its logical conclusion and independence. The proudest moment and the most glorious achievement of former President Sam Nujoma and the people of Namibia was unquestionably the proclamation of Namibia's independence at the historic and memorable 21st March 1990 midnight. To unite the Namibian people around this, our common identity, common loyalty to our country and its democratic institution, founding president moved and introduced the policy of national reconciliation. He successfully divided the people of Namibia into one and reinforced our slogan of One Namibia, One Nation. Under the leadership of former President Nujoma, we worked together as united people in our struggle for freedom. We rejoiced together when we won decisive victory, especially at the time our country achieved independence. In different times, President Nujoma never despaired. He was always inspiring and motivating us to confront the challenges with confidence and conviction. Former President Nujoma was always conscious that while he played the central role as leader of the liberation movement, first democratic elected president of independent Namibia, it was the people acting together and individually who worked with him to build Namibia into what it is today, a proud, self-confident country. As we bid farewell to this extraordinary son of Namibia, we are consoled by the knowledge that he has written what he has written, what he has done must be written in the beautiful pages of the glory of our history and in the history of contemporary Africa. We recall his inaugural address to the Namibian nation and the world on the 21st March 1990 when he said, and I quote, "I move in the name of our people to declare that Namibia is forever free, sovereign, and independent. Now it's our responsibility to make sure that this call should be engraved in our hearts and our minds, so that each and everything we do that to safeguard and guarantee our independence. As we pay homage to his memory, we must pledge ourselves to keep alive the legacy of President Nujoma, his unflinching commitment to the unity of our people while respecting our diversity from which we draw our strength. The past 19 days, many of us, we were narrating how we associate, how we know our leader. And I'm challenging our scholars, our young people, to conduct the NBC, because all these things were recorded, so that we can have volumes and volumes on the work of Sam Nujoma. Because we recorded them, we told them, they must be documented, so that the future and generation can be inspired. I, for one, I have learned what I have learned. And I believe and convince myself that what I have learned from my president, from my leader, from my commander, will guide me, will assist me, as you as a nation have taken a decision, and you are now preparing for me to take over and to guide the development of this country. In Namibia, I'm known as a lady with a scarf. And I think today is the day I can explain my scarf. Because there was even a call. The dress is so good, but the scarf. Who is closer to her to remove the scarf? Comrade, the scarf I'm wearing today. That time I didn't know what are the scarves. But the scarf I'm wearing today is a scarf I received in 1975 from His Excellency, Comrade Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. And from there I have learned, because he said, Mom, I'll give you the scarf as a lady. At least you need something on your shoulder. So I kept that, and I felt that is the day I can explain my scarf. Please, whether it does not match the dress, from now on, don't bother me. It is a history. On behalf of SWAPO Party leadership, rank and file, my family, and on my own behalf, I extended heartfelt condolence to Mekulu Kavango Nujoma, the widow. Comrade Utoni Nujoma and your siblings, and the entire brave family on the loss of your husband, your father, your uncle, your grandfather. Equally, we thank the Nujoma and Kondombolo family for having allowed us as a nation to share in the good deeds of Nujoma from his young adults to the time of his departure. The story of the contribution of Comrade Sam Nujoma to our liberation struggle and nation building be written in gold in the history of our country and be taught to the succeeding generation of the Namibian people. Go well, my leader. Go well, our hero. Go well, our commander. May the soul of our revolutionary leader rest in eternal peace until we meet again.
The Vice President of the SWAPO Party, the former Liberation Movement, now governing party. A speech that covered some of the historical developments of the time, how the Liberation Movement waged the struggle on those three fronts, the diplomatic front, the political mobilization front, and the military front.
And about to make history as the first female president of Namibia. On a lighter note, she spoke about the scarf and why she wore that particular scarf. Yes.
And we've always wondered, and typically you find African leaders, obviously, you have the Jomo Kenyatta with the stick, the Zambian president with the handkerchief, and now we know Madame Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah with a scarf.
In fact, it has become her signature look. She never used to wear these scarves. It is a recent thing in the last 2-3 years. It has now become part of a signature look, as has the headscarf as well, which she sometimes refers to as the Duke. So it has become one of her signature looks. Yeah.
Obviously, she will be judged. She will be assessed. Not only the clothes that she wears, but every move that she makes will be up for critique. Will be up for judgment. People will be passing a lot of judgment, and I think that comes with the office of president. That everything obviously is under scrutiny.
I think additionally, she will come even under more scrutiny because she's a woman. Look, Africa in general is conservative, and women presidents always come under more scrutiny than their male counterparts. So on that score, she will also come under scrutiny from Namibians and indeed the world. Yes, but the majority of Namibians did vote for her, and she is going to be our next president. A very historic moment indeed. And of course, on the 21st of March, she will take office and go down in the annals of the history of this country as the first female president ever.
And we're able to speak with so much conviction because today the Supreme Court obviously delivered that judgment. The judges, the 5-member bench led by Chief Justice Shivute, delivered their judgment in that electoral challenge that was before them, the presidential electoral challenge, and them dismissing it and saying, look, what the president did in terms of extending the vote, that was perfectly in order, and therefore we now have certainty around the outcome of the electoral
That issue has been laid to rest. It's been put to bed. It's over. It's done with. But I must also say that the Supreme Court dismissed the case not with cost, but that each party must bear their own costs.
Excellent. Excellent.
I would like to quote a writer, and this writer is Ken Blanchard. I quote, he said, "Greatest leaders mobilize others by coalescing people around a shared vision," unquote. President Nujoma mobilized and united Namibians in country and in the diaspora under the banner of SWAPO, with only one resolute goal: to free Namibia and Namibians from the injustices of colonialism. I think it is befitting at this juncture for me to invite our second president, His Excellency President Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, to deliver his tribute. Your Excellency.
One of the moments that we have been waiting for, the speech that will be given by the second president of Namibia, President Hifikepunye Pohamba, who has a very long history with the founding president. In fact, their history goes back to 1960. Yes, and that's a very long time.
Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Bumba, the First Lady, Your Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwa, Vice President of SWAPO Party, and the President-elect, and Lieutenant General Retired Epaphras Denga Ndaitwa. Meme Kavango Nujoma, founding First Lady of the Republic of Namibia and the widow of late Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma. Comrade Utoni Nujoma and the siblings, Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, distinguished heads of delegation, and fellow mourners. Allow me to stand on the established protocol. On Saturday, the 8th, February 2025, our nation received the devastating news of the passing of our leader, the leader of the revolution, our founding president, Nujoma. Today is with immense pain, a leader, a commander-in-chief of Namibia through the jungles of Africa, crossing many rivers of blood in the pursuit of freedom and independence of their motherland. The struggle for freedom and independence was not easy. There were many obstacles along the way. But Comrade Shafiishuna Nujoma kept on going. He commanded and motivated freedom fighters, built and prepared a team of cadres through education and training to be ready to take over the administration of affairs of their motherland as the victory was certain. Our struggle needed someone with Nujoma's caliber to keep us together until victory was achieved.
against all odds. Comrade Shafiishuna Nujoma held the movement together. And indeed, history was achieved. Namibia is finally free. As part of the leadership of SWAPO, I was privileged to work closely with Comrade Shafiishuna Nujoma for many years. If my calculation is correct, I worked under the directive and the commandership of Sam Nujoma for 63 years. Both in exile and after independence. I first met Comrade Nujoma in Dar es Salaam, then Tanganyika, in 1961. His political career was shaped by his work experience, his awareness of the dehumanizing contract system, that is the labor system, under Southwest Africa Native Association, SWANLA, and his knowledge of the increased campaigns for independence across the continent of Africa. Ghana was one of the first African countries to gain independence from the British colonialism. Comrade Nujoma was dismissed from South African Railway in 1967. In the same year, a group of Namibians working in Cape Town, led by Andimba Toivo Toivo, formed the Obamboland People's Congress, OPC. OPC was opposing South Africa's policies in Southwest Africa, including the inhuman contract labor system, under which people were forced to work for up to 2 years for small money, very little money, or wages. In 1959, Comrade Shafiishuna Nujoma joined the OPC, which was later transformed into Obamboland People's Organization, OPO. Together, with Comrade Jacob Kuhangwa, co-founder of OPO. They established the Windhoek branches of the 59. During the following year, Comrade Nujoma traveled to other of in December 19 was arrested and charged for organizing the protest. Following a directive by OPO leadership, he should leave the country. He should leave the country and join other Namibians in exile. With the assistance of where he attended the All African People's Conference, organized by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, president of French atomic bomb test in the Sahara Desert. Instead of testing it in France, the French felt that it should be done in Africa, in the Sahara Desert. At the conference that was held in Accra, Ghana, Comrade Nujoma met other African nationalist leaders, such as Patrice Lumumba, now Kinshasa, President Nasser of Egypt, and Frantz Fanon of Algeria. This engagement, that's the engagement of Comrade Nujoma with other African nationalist leaders, left a lasting impression in him and informed him his Pan-African outlook. President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana assisted the Comrade Nujoma to travel to Liberia and later to the United States. At a time when the case on Southwest Africa was presented to International Court of Justice at The Hague. In April 1960, OPO was reconstituted and transformed into Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, and that was in Bindu. Comrade Nujoma was elected in his absence or absentia as president of SWAPO. Dear Monas, when Comrade Nujoma arrived in New York, and that was in June 1960, where he presented the Namibia's petition before the Special Political and Decolonization Committee, referred to as Fourth Committee of the United Nations General Assembly, Comrade Sam Nujoma demanded, or his demand was, that Southwest Africa be independent not later than 1963. And that was the latest Nujoma said. He returned to Tanganyika in 1961, from where he and a small group of Southwest African activists developed the SWAPO into an international force. With the support from other African nationalists and the strong backing from Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. At that time, he was the Prime Minister of Tanganyika. I think I should say more about Mwalimu Nyerere. Mwalimu Nyerere asked all liberation movements in Southern Africa and Kenya. At that particular time, Kenya was not yet free. And all liberation movements, Mozambique, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Southwest Africa, to some certain extent Angola. Angola had more activities in Congo-Brazzaville, which was a little bit closer to Angola. But still, MPLA established some offices in Dar es Salaam. I'm talking about Kambarange Julius Nyerere, who did a lot. Zambians were also operating from Dar es Salaam because their country was still Northern Rhodesia, meaning that it was not yet free. At that particular point, with Nyerere offer for liberation movement to open offices, Nujoma opened SWAPO office in Dar es Salaam. They were housed in a huge building for many liberation movements occupying that building. Nujoma had a few people, Southwest Africans. They had Emile Apollos, Jacob Kuhangwa, Meme Putoshe Apollos, and Solomon Mufima was appointed the chief representative. Sam Nujoma then started organizing scholarships. I remember many of you know Katima Mulilo. Katima Mulilo had just arrived in Dar es Salaam when Sam Nujoma decided that 2 people should be sent back to Namibia. Katima Mulilo raised up his hand. Sam Nujoma said, no, he is too young. He should go to school. That's when Eliandela Matale, some people would call him Matala. It's not Matala, but Matale. And I were dispatched to come to Southwest Africa by the order and the instruction of Comrade Sam Nujoma. We were accommodated by Tate Hamtenya, the father of Katima Mulilo. We were not far away from Nuyoma's residence, where we visited the member Kobambo and the children. I think Utoni Nujoma, who was just talking to us here, at that particular time, if I'm not mistaken, he was at the age of 10 years. In 1962, SWAPO founded its armed wing, the Southwest Africa People's Army, Liberation Army, SWALA. It's raining. Later, SWALA was renamed the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan. Comrade Nujoma procured the first weapons. As we are here mourning Comrade Sam Nujoma, the rain has come. Should I continue? Should I continue? Should I continue? Would they hear me?
If you've just joined us, we are watching the live broadcast of the memorial service of our late founding president and father of the nation, Sam Nujoma. Fortunately, because Namibia is a dry country, so any rain is very welcome. But unfortunately, it happened to have interrupted the speech of the former president, the second president of Namibia, President Hifikepunye Pohamba. So he had to stop his speech right in the middle of recounting the history and the journey that he has traversed with Sam Nujoma. It's raining very heavily. In fact, it has been raining heavily, Kadembire, since the announcement of Nujoma's death. It has rained non-stop and extremely heavily.
It can be said in African culture and tradition that it's a good, befitting send-off of this son of the soil that we are eulogizing today. In particular because also we are just coming from a drought period. A drought was declared last year. A drought where those in authority were telling us that it is one of the worst droughts that we have had in 100 years and really affecting lives and livelihoods. So it's good to see that we are having a good rainfall this year. And the former president, the founding president, was a man that stood for food security. He really passionately drove the food agenda in the country for Namibians to be food secure, and was very passionate about agriculture. And he set up the green schemes, as we all know, in several parts in the north of the country especially, so that the country can be food secure. So all of that coming together, I think these are just signs that the founding president obviously giving us a befitting last goodbye.
Yes, in fact, under the former president, or under the late founding president, as you say, he was very passionate about agriculture, about green schemes, etc. And he really tried to put in place this food self-sufficiency. His goal was to make Namibia totally self-sufficient in food production, so that we lessened the country's dependence on imports. And the green schemes are being revived now. They're being revived. The president-elect has spoken about those green schemes. So we will see how they will pan out. But to talk about President, the late founding president, did you know that he never ate meat?
Really?
Yes, he never touched meat. Going back from the days of exile, he had stopped eating meat. He ate only fish and fowl and chicken and any type of fowl. And this was because he was very health conscious. He would exercise repeatedly, regularly. He was a great fanatic of exercise. He was a great swimmer, obviously having been brought up, or rather having lived in Walfish Bay at the coast. He loved swimming, and he was a great swimmer. Yes.
Namibians from all walks of life, young and old, that have made their way into the stadium, keeping on joyful noises that we're hearing from the stadium and waving the Namibian flag. They are not deterred by the rain, and they are continuing to be in good celebratory mood, obviously sending off the founding father this afternoon. And, by the way, President Nujoma, the liberation stalwart, the freedom fighter, when he was president, he really had some grand plans. He talked about drawing water from the Congo. When you heard about it, some people will say, this is pie in the sky. This is impossible. But as we've come to know, I mean, with engineering, and technology, all of those sort of pie in the sky type of grand plans can actually be implemented.
They can indeed come to fruition with the right mindset and, of course, with the political will, because, as you know, such schemes also depend on the political will of the neighboring states, and if they're willing to go that route, which would be a great thing, because it would actually show the unity of the region, the unity within SADC. And President Nujoma was a great proponent of unity, and particularly unity in the SADC region, and of course in Africa. He was a great Pan-Africanist, and in fact, he received a prize in Ghana. He traveled to Ghana. I think the prize had something to do with Kwame Nkrumah, the first president, the founding president of Ghana, and a great Pan-Africanist as well. And the President Nujoma was awarded this prize in Ghana. So it's no surprise that we see the newly elected Vice President of Ghana, who is here representing her country.
Obviously, as we are pointing out, we are receiving quite heavy downpours here in the capital city. It has been raining, obviously, every day for almost the past 20 days or so. The program has been disrupted with the former president, Hifikepunye Pohamba, eulogizing the former president. And as we are pointing out, retracing his steps, retracing that illustrious history of the founding president, a history that is really intertwined with Dr. Pohamba's own history as well. And therefore, Nora, if you may, there was this thing about Dr. Hage Geingob, the late Dr. Hage Geingob, the late Hitipa Mutenya, and one of the things that is coming to my mind right now is just how close these comrades were. At one point in time, we understand that the late Hitipa Mutenya, for instance, drafted a CV for Hage Geingob and never even got one fact wrong. So in similar, Hifikepunye Pohamba, the late president, they share this common bond. They know one another very well.
In fact, the circumstances of these gentlemen in exile was such that they really had no choice but to be close, to find common ground, to put aside any differences that they may have had in the quest for freedom. That was the uppermost goal, that noble goal. And they had to put aside anything, any differences, personal likes, dislikes, etc., and achieve that goal. So of necessity, of course, they became very close, also because a lot of them were like-minded. You would have to have been of like mind to all of you believe in this noble goal and risk your life for the independence and the struggle for independence of Namibia. So yes, they were extremely close. Particularly the late Hitipa Mutenya, the late Theo Ben-Gurion, the former foreign minister and Speaker of the National Assembly, as well as the late President Hage Geingob. They were representing the ruling party in New York during the days of the struggle, and they grew very close. They were best friends, etc. And of course, as you say, when President Hage Geingob was appointed as the director of the United Nations Institute for Namibia, the UN, it was a UN institution, and the UN requested his CV. And there was a deadline because other people had also applied for the job. And there was a deadline. And Geingob was not in the country, was not in Lusaka at the time. So President Nujoma asked Hitipa, who can do this? Can we get hold of Geingob to send us his CV? And Mutenya said, no, I can do it. And he wrote the CV and got not one fact wrong, I think, except one, possibly his birth date, but that was minor. But otherwise, everything was spot on. And obviously, Gengop got the job.
Yeah, and as we are hearing today from the former president, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, he's not getting any of his history wrong, not even one date wrong. It's just vividly in his memory, and he's just reciting those dates, reciting the personalities that were prominent at the time, recalling the personalities that were very, very instrumental in the decolonialization of the African continent, and obviously Namibia being that last colony to gain its independence in 1990. South Africa followed in 1994, gaining its freedom, and therefore now the AU and those leaders of the time can say it was mission accomplished.
Yes, absolutely, mission accomplished, and accomplished with great honor, indeed. And I think the nation should dip its revolutionary banner to the memory of all these Namibian heroes and heroines who were part and parcel of the struggle, who are actually the reason that you and I can sit here on this set and talk freely and speak freely as free Namibians. Now, it is largely, in fact, it is due to the sacrifices of these Namibians. Yeah. Excellent.
Let's take in some sights and sounds from the stadium, because, as I said, the whole stadium has erupted in song. If our mics are able to pick up that sound, maybe we can share that with the viewers. Obviously, the rain might be disturbing some of our equipment, but let's take some sights and sounds from the stadium. We're afraid the rain is absolutely drowning out any sound, and it has been relentless, but I think it's tapering off now. But Kadambire, let's briefly talk about the late founding president. He was born in Tunda, in the Omusati region, which is located in the western part of Namibia. Yes, and his history and the history that he has created, just like any other boy in those parts of the country, really herding livestock, attending to those chores, and we only got the sense that his political awakening happened when he came to Walvis Bay to start working there, and that's when that political awakening happened, when he started meeting people from foreign countries that were visiting, obviously, the harbour town. And at the time, that's when he got to learn about the situation at home and the broader continent.
Absolutely. Was where he awakening started, the journey that would take him through decades until he achieved the independence of this country. Nujoma was a true revolutionary. He was a true patriot, and he was so strongly committed to the struggle of Namibia that where the others seized the opportunity to go to school, his other comrades, he forgo that opportunity. And he said, no, I am going to lead the struggle. Education can come later. However, he encouraged the others to go to school. And he always encouraged everybody to go to school. And he was very passionate about education. And he would tell them, no, in an independent Namibia, we are going to need educated people. We're going to need civil servants. We're going to need scientists. We're going to need everybody to be able to run the country. But he himself forwent the education so that he could devote himself entirely to the liberation struggle.
And one thing that struck me about the old location, he was a working man. He had a job, he had a wife, he had kids.
Namibia has been blessed with showers of rain this afternoon as we bid farewell, as we pay tribute rather to our founding father, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. Well, we will continue with the proceedings at the stadium for the official memorial service as soon as the condition is stabilized in terms of technicality. But for now, let's move over to lights honoring the late founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma, were switched on in front of the Civic Center in Walvis Bay before his body arrived. Now, Irongo Red CEO Emmanuel Hanabeb remarked that Nujoma's light would continue to shine. The Kaisebmund Stadium was packed with community members attending the official memorial ceremony in his honor. Following the procession, Irongo Governor Neville Andre reflected on the special bond Nujoma shared with the Irongo region during the memorial service. Former Irongo Governor and Ambassador Samuel Nujoma delivered a tribute message while the Namibia Correctional Service performed a heartfelt tribute song. Winnie Mukupuki, Nujoma's granddaughter, honored him with a poem. Representing the chief mourner, Bena Amathila, highlighted Nujoma's history with Walvis Bay and in his closing remarks reminded the nation that Nujoma would expect them to do the right thing and uphold unity. Take a look at this.
To electrify those peri-urban houses, 1,800 in the next 4 months. The reason why we have taken the 4 months, we were informed through history that the founding president walked 4 months from Namibia through Botswana land until they reached their end. And I think therefore we are duty bound to do the same. And I guess the light of our president will be everlasting through our hearts and minds as we gather here tonight. Therefore, we as Irongo Red, I thank my team that's standing on the right-hand side for having taken on the assignment, having designed, having procured the material, and having been here tonight with us. Therefore, as Namibians, Honorable Governor, please accept our gratitude that it was a life given and a life taken by the Almighty Father. Therefore, we are happy, we are gratified that we had that one called Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma. With this, please accept our gratitude and our small contribution. Thank you.
As a laborer, but also meeting a diverse group of fishermen from across the globe, made him indeed cut his political teeth, and that is because it is here in Walvis Bay that his dream of a free Namibia was ignited and shaping his resolve and determination to fight for the total liberation of Namibia. It is equally here that he met the late Nathaniel Makhulili, the late Frank Abrams, and many other revolutionaries. With the attainment of Namibia's independence, Walvis Bay was still under the South African colonial rule. It is his steadfastness and resolve that led to the reintegration of Walvis Bay into Namibia. He understood the strategic and symbolic importance of this region, not only as a gateway to the world, but also as a vital part of our national identity. His relentless effort and diplomatic acumen ensured that Walvis Bay was rightfully returned to Namibia, completing the territorial integrity of our nation. Beyond his political achievements, Dr. Nujoma had a personal connection to this region. He was not just a leader, but a citizen who called Erongo region his home. He maintained residence in both Walvis Bay and Hendy's Bay, where he found solace and inspiration amidst the beauty of our coastline. His presence here was a testament to his love for this region and its people, and it is fitting that we honor him today in the place he held so dear.
Dr. Nujoma's love for our children was boundless. The children of the mighty Erongo region, particularly in Swakopmund and all the coastal towns, will forever remember his kindness, especially the annual Christmas parties he organized, events filled with laughter, joy, and wisdom. He always encouraged them to respect their elders, to dedicate themselves to their studies, and to live by the motto that became the backbone of our nation: one Namibia, one nation. He wanted them to know that united they could overcome any challenge and build a future prosperity for all. As we mourn his loss, we must also honor his extraordinary contribution. Let us continue to remember Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma, not just as our founding president, but as freedom fighter whose unwavering dedication brought Namibia to its feet.
Elenge
life well celebrated and honored by the people of Walvis Bay. Now let's cross over to Keetmanshoop to see how people over there paid tribute and honored our late founding president, Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma. I must state that this footage is from last week and this week. So thousands across Namibia gathered to honor the life of Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma, the country's liberation icon and founding president, as his remains traveled through towns including Keetmanshoop. On Wednesday, the 27th of February, a soul procession unfolded with the residents lining in the streets to pay their respect. The Karas region memorial at the J. Stefano Stadium featured heartfelt tributes from Karas Governor Aleta Fredericks, Chief Johannes, and so forth and so on. All right. On that note, before we do cross over to the Keetmanshoop footage, let's quickly follow the proceedings with our live feed courtesy of NBC.
It was difficult to get the weapons. Comrade Nujoma went to get the weapons from Algeria, and the weapons he got were not enough. We got 2 Pepesa guns and 2 pistols. And the people we were sending for the first time, they were 6 in number. And they needed more weapons. We could not get the weapons from anywhere, apart from Algeria. Peter Nanyemba delivered the weapons from Tanzania by road to Zambia. And these are the weapons that we gave to the comrades under the commandership of Comrade Tobias Ayem. These are the people who wanted to build or to establish Uhuru Wambashi. When they arrived there, they started recruiting more people, including Kahumba Kandola, who was also recruited. And the number was growing. I was saying that at the Tanga conference, Sam Nujoma was reaffirmed as the SWAPO president. Nanyemba headed the Department of Defense, and he did so effectively. Although weapons were not there, we used the pangas, axes, and the other equipment, telling the fighters that they had to go and get the weapons from the enemy. And so they did. Meanwhile, in 1963, the Organization of African Unity was formed. And within it, they established the Liberation Committee, which was there to assist the liberation movements, supplying them with everything possible to go in the fight. located at a place called Pohamba, where people were being trained. Namibia was lengthened. It was long from Katima Mulilo up to Kunene River. Young Namibians started crossing the border, coming into Angola and Zambia. Some were sent to the academic schools. The majority were sent to go and train militarily. Countries like the Soviet Union, China, and the other socialist countries, they started giving SWAPO weapons. Not just weapons, even the food we received from these countries. Meanwhile, Cuba was working hard in assisting the people of Angola militarily. That developed to the Quito-Pana Valley, the famous Quito-Pana Valley we talk about. It was at that Quito-Pana Valley that the Boers realized that they cannot defeat Angola, nor will they defeat SWAPO. I was saying the United States administration tried to link the presence of the Cubans in Angola with the independence of Namibia. Comrade Sam Nujoma led the SWAPO negotiation team between the Western Conduct Group, headed by West Germany, Britain, France, United States and Canada, and South Africa on the other, on one hand, the frontline states on the other. Comrade Netumbo, in her speech, elaborated more in details about this. Resolution 435 embodied the plan for free and fair elections in Namibia, which was delayed for 10 years before its implementation. South Africa's delaying tactics and the decision by the United States administration to link the withdrawal, to link Cuba to withdraw from Angola. Namibia's independence frustrated the hopes of an immediate settlement. In March 1989, the ceasefire agreement with South Africa was signed. Again, Comrade Netumbo, I think, said a lot about it, how the United Nations Security Council was implemented. Dear monarchs, after 29 years in exile, Shafiishuna Nujoma finally returned home in September 1989. The coming of Sam Nujoma mobilizing the people brought about a decisive victory in the United Nations supervised elections that paved the way for Namibia's independence. Comrade Sam Nujoma spent a part of his life fighting for the independence of our country, which was finally achieved on the 21st March 1990. On that historic day, Comrade Nujoma stated, and I quote, "Namibia will forever be free," unquote. Since then, our nation has enjoyed peace and stability. Our country has been at peace with itself and with its neighbors. We have made notable strides in different areas of socio-economic development. Expansion of our infrastructure such as roads and the building of harbors and the improvement of the living condition of our people under the banner of one Namibia, one nation. We are therefore honored to paying a fitting tribute to this icon African, Sam Nujoma, and the outstanding son of Namibian people who served our country and our people for many decades with unparalleled distinctions. First as a freedom fighter, and later as a head of state of independent Namibia. Comrade Nujoma's departure reminds us the long journey we have traveled as Namibians. It reminds us of the many battles we have fought, the countless river of bloods we crossed, and the unwelcome jungles we have walked through. in search of our freedom and independence. Dear Monarchs, as Commander-in-Chief of the People's Republic Arm of Namibia, Comrade Shafiishuna Nujoma motivated us not to give up, but to continue the fighting until Namibia was free. His unwavering leadership and the courage will never be forgotten. Director of Ceremonies, it is part and parcel of our proud history as Namibians. I am narrating the life of a man with an illustrious history. A history of selfless dedication to the country and its people. A man whose dedication to the total liberation of our country from the yoke of apartheid colonialism was total and unquestionable. Dear Monarchs, I believe that the befitting farewell we can give to our founding president is for the nation, particularly the young people of this country, to embrace and internalize the ideals which Comrade Sam Nujoma lived and fought for. These include his strong belief in hard work, unity, and it must be unity of purpose, national reconciliation, and the rejection of the vices of tribalism, ethnicity, and regionalism. Comrade Nujoma has lived a full life. His legacy will continue to inspire the nation at large. Yes, Comrade Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma will surely be missed. But those know him like I do, and those who live he touched should be, he lived touched, should be consoled by the knowledge that he has lived to ensure the achievement of independence and the establishment of a free nation, free from oppression, segregation, racism, and brutality. Comrade Sam Shafiishuna Nujoma lived to see achievements of the goals he dedicated his life to. Comrade Nujoma fought a good fight. we will continue to sustain his legacy and that of all our heroes and heroines. Director of Ceremonies, this is the brief story that I felt I should tell you today. But meeting me a day after, next month, I will elaborate more. May his soul rest in peace. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for choosing NTV to bring you this broadcast that celebrates and honors the life and legacy of Dr. Shafiishuna Nujoma. We will be right back. Please do stay with us.